Here in the flight control room with the Orbit 1 team, now being led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. It was a big day for the crew yesterday as the translunar injection burn was completed, committing Orion to fly around the moon on flight day 6 and return to Earth on flight day 10. Today we have another burn scheduled. That's the OTC-1 burn, Outbound Trajectory Correction 1. That's slated for 5:49 p.m. Central Time and would be an 8-second burn using the reaction control system thrusters. We've also been getting some imagery down from Orion taken by the crew after the translunar injection burn. This photo showing the beautiful Earth outside the window of the spacecraft as the crew was flying away. And this next photo, a backlit Earth as the crew was departing from translunar injection. And if you look very, very closely up to the top of your screen, you can see the aurora borealis, and on the left in those clouds, a couple of lightning strikes. The crew continuing to get beautiful views from Orion, and we're even getting some views from the spacecraft as well. This is a live view from Orion and a camera on the tip of one of its solar arrays looking back at home sweet home and all of us on planet Earth. We are 1 day, 18 hours, and 47 minutes We are 1 day, 18 hours, and 47 minutes into the Artemis II mission. That's Mission Elapsed Time, or MET. And don't forget, as we're showing you those beautiful new images, we really look forward to getting some new ones down periodically. You can follow at NASA and at NASA Artemis on X, Facebook, and Instagram as we all enjoy the imagery taken by the crew and coming down for all of us on Earth. The crew woke up at 12 p.m. Central Time today when they were flying approximately 99,848 miles from Earth, approximately 161,698 miles from the moon. You probably heard their wake-up song. That was In a Daydream by Freddie Jones Band. The crew is currently in their post-sleep time of the day. This is the time that they use to stow their sleeping bags as well as perform any hygiene activities, set up the cabin for their waking time, also gives them a chance to eat some breakfast. There are a lot of food options aboard for the crew. Of course, a very popular food item are tortillas. There are 58 in total on Orion. Some of the other breakfast items that the crew is enjoying today include vegetable quiche, scrambled eggs, couscous with nuts, peaches. They, of course, have their coffee, oatmeal, there's even a muffin being enjoyed today. During the post-sleep time frame, we don't expect to hear from the crew very much as they are taking their time to wake up, get the cabin set up for all of their events today. Aside from the outbound trajectory correction burn, the crew does have a little bit of off time scheduled. Of course, they are still on tap to be exercising 30 minutes a day using that flywheel device. This allows them to practice aerobic and resistive exercises and keep their bone and muscles strong while they are on the flight around the moon. There's additionally a CPR demonstration today. The crew will use the medical emergency procedures to simulate methods of how to treat an airway obstruction as if they were in space. This is a test flight, so we're taking every opportunity to test anything possible while the crew is on their 10-day mission. They also have some time scheduled today for lunar flyby cabin configuration. Now, we're not expecting lunar flyby until flight day 6. However, they will need to configure the cabin properly to allow them to most easily access the windows and conduct their observation opportunities. This cabin configuration will include getting out any sleeping bags or window shades to keep the light from reflecting from the cabin onto the windows that they're using to photograph. They'll practice handing off the camera between their flyby pairs and determine their ideal setup and positioning preferences for each crew member during those flyby operations. We also have a Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Development Flight Test Objective timeline for today. As we've discussed, the crew is able to communicate through the Deep Space Network, or DSN. This is the first crew in over 50 years to be using the Deep Space Network to communicate back to Earth. They were on TDRS, or Tracking Data Relay Satellite Systems, for a brief time yesterday afternoon as they were near our home planet, but the farther they get away, the more reliant we are on the Deep Space Network. This Emergency Communications Development Flight Test Objective, or DFTO, has the crew perform a checkout of the emergency communications system while connected to the Deep Space Network. Of course, there will not be an active emergency for the communication system at that time. This is giving us an opportunity to check out that system. The crew is also slated to conduct some National Geographic filming today. National Geographic was selected through a competitive selection process to help tell the story of Artemis II. The crew has a shot list provided by National Geographic, and they take some time each day to document what it's like to live and work on Orion. Later today, we also have two crew members timelined to activate and check out some of the medical diagnostic devices that we are flying on Orion. That includes the blood pressure monitor, thermometer, stethoscope, and otoscope. This is Artemis Mission Control. Now, 1 day, 19 hours, 3 minutes mission elapsed time. You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft back at all of us on Earth. This camera is mounted on one of Orion's 4 solar array wings. These are some of the same cameras that we'll be using when we fly by the moon on flight day 6 to give us views of the lunar surface. Now that we're at the start of another flight day, our crew is in their post-sleep period. Let's get a look at who is flying aboard Orion. Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman is a Baltimore native who has flown in space previously as a flight engineer for a naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500. She served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to February 2020, during which she set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman, totaling at 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, she helped build space science instruments and led scientific field work. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. And she is certainly getting a chance to practice that photography on this mission. First-time flyer and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is flying to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009 and since then has worked as a Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center here in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator. That's the single voice you hear communicating with the astronauts in space. He also participated in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida for 7 days, all to simulate deep space exploration. And in 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. Jeremy and his wife have 3 children. That's who's flying aboard Orion. Again, this camera coming from the spacecraft. On the left side of your screen, you can see the European service module, just the bottom portion of that, and the OMS engine, the orbital maneuvering system engine. That engine alone provides 6,000 pounds of thrust, and that's what we used yesterday during the 5-minute and 50-second burn, the translunar injection burn that committed the astronauts to their lunar trajectory. They will fly around the moon on flight day 6 and splash down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. That OMS burn is not intended to be used again. For all of these orbital trajectory correction burns, again, targeting the first one of those today at 5:49 p.m. Central Time, exactly 23 hours after the translunar injection burn, the spacecraft will use the reaction control system thrusters. These allow for much smaller, finer maneuvers, and that will only be an 8-second burn, helping the crew maintain their trajectory around the moon. where you see a live view of Orion on the left side of your screen. On the right side, we have a visualization that helps track where the spacecraft is. This is called ARROW, Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, and you can visit this anytime for yourself at nasa.gov/track-Artemis. As you can see, the spacecraft is now over 100,000 miles from our home planet and inching closer to the moon, 159,728 miles away. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Again, on your screen, getting a live view from Orion, looking back at all of us here on Earth. Now, 1 day, 19 hours, coming up on 18 minutes into the Artemis II mission. In about 45 minutes, actually just a little less than an hour, the crew will have their daily planning conference where we hear them discuss the day with the flight control team here on the ground. Additionally, some of the team members or the crew members will take their pulse ox using the pulse oximeter measurement. And some of the crew members will even get to conduct their private family conferences. The crew has not gotten to speak with their families directly just yet, and so this will be the first time during the mission that they'll be able to call down with video and speak to their friends and family. Of course, as those conferences are private, we won't be able to air those, but we are excited for the crew. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are now exactly 3 days and 5 hours until the beginning of lunar flyby. Of course, the view on your screen from Orion looking back on Earth. Mission elapsed time of 1 day and 19 hours, 27 minutes. Here in Mission Control Houston, and specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room, Jeff Radigan is the lead flight director for the Orbit 1 shift, which is on console right now. Every flight controller monitors a different system aboard Orion, and they are beginning to prepare for the daily planning conference that they will hold with the crew. We're expecting that daily planning conference to come up in about 40 minutes. During that time, teams on the ground will report the status of the vehicle and any activities the crew needs to be aware of as they move throughout their day. You're looking live at a view from Orion on the Artemis II mission, now over 104,000 miles away from Earth, 158,440 miles away from the moon. We are 1 day, 19 hours, and 42 minutes into this first flight, a test flight with the crew. And you're getting a view right now from a camera on the tip of the solar array wing, one of 4 solar array wings aboard the spacecraft. These cameras allow us to take surveys of the exterior of the spacecraft, but they also give us views like this. You are looking at a live image of the moon. Again, the spacecraft now 158,420 miles away. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And as we enjoy this view from outside of Orion looking toward the moon, inside Orion, our 4 crew members are still in their post-sleep period. Again, they woke up at 12 p.m. Central Time today, and since then have been configuring their cabin for the day's activities, as well as conducting hygiene and preparing for the rest of their day. We won't hear from them for probably another 30 minutes when we conduct the daily planning conference. Here on the Orbit 1 shift, the flight director, Jeff Radigan, gathered inputs from all of the flight controllers on the systems aboard Orion and anything that they needed to ask or share with the crew for today.
Houston integrity stowage question.
Good morning, integrity. We're ready to take your question.
Good afternoon to you, Chris. I think it's afternoon there. We were wondering if we could get some help finding the electric shaver.
That's right, Christina. I think we're in afternoon here in Houston time. I'm keeping Orion time myself. And we will get a location for you to look here shortly.
Thank you. Asking for a friend.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some of our first calls from the day coming down from the crew. Since they have woken up, they're still in their post-sleep period. Again, they're able to conduct hygiene tasks at this time. And so that was NASA astronaut and mission specialist Christina Cook calling down to ask about the location of the electric shaver. Now, all of the items that are in Orion are carefully tracked and stowed, so that way when a crew member calls down looking for any piece of equipment, flight controllers here can look up exactly where they are able to locate it within the spacecraft. So while teams on the ground are checking, they will be searching their systems and relay back up to the crew a very specific location that they can expect to find that shaver.
Integrity, Houston, with a possible razor location.
Good morning, Chris. We are ready. Go ahead.
Good morning, Christina's friend. You may look for the razor in locker D, bag 6, of a purple label. This is Reed's suitcase, and we expect it to be located in the crew hygiene kit.
Okay, we copy that. Thank you, Locker D, bag 6, and we will find you. Appreciate the help.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That call from Capcom and NASA astronaut Chris Birch being received by NASA astronaut and pilot of the Artemis II mission, Victor Glover. If you recall, recently NASA's Christina Cook called down to inquire about where the crew might find an electric razor. And if you listened closely, you heard the team on the ground is able to provide the exact location and locker where that would be stowed. The astronauts are still in their post-sleep period.
Houston Integrity, we only have it temporarily positioned, but would you like to come on board for DPC here in a few?
Good morning. Yes, absolutely. We would love that.
In the next 10 minutes, we will have the daily planning conference where teams on the ground will relay any details the astronauts need to know about the Orion spacecraft ahead of their flight day 3. This view coming from the spacecraft looking toward the moon. At this time, Orion is 157,560 miles away from the moon. And during the daily planning conference, we are looking forward to potentially seeing the crew living and working aboard the spacecraft.
We usually do, but today we're in live mission coverage. So if you have music that you would like to play, that might be a good thing today.
You're getting a live look inside the Orion capsule at our 4 Artemis II crew members, now 106,000 miles away from Earth. We are standing by for their daily planning conference, where teams on the ground will be relaying up information for the crew as they start flight day 3. From left to right, we have NASA astronaut Christina Cook, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and on the far right, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. As we get a look inside Orion, a little scene setter for you. The interior habitable volume is 330 cubic feet, so that's about the size of 2 minivans. This is 60% more cubic volume than the astronauts had during the Apollo missions.
Integrity, small request, if you could tilt the camera down slightly towards the lockers. We have a great view of Christina and some of the boxes up above. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem, Chris. I did not mount it. I just kind of friction fit it, and I'll get a better spot for it later today, and we'll get a more permanent mount going.
Sounds like a great plan. Thanks.
Houston Integrity, we're ready for morning DPC.
Good morning, Integrity. We are so happy to be on board with you today. You guys look great. That cabin config looks amazing. We would love to be on board as much as possible today. We'll stop streaming for the family conferences, but would request to come back on board afterwards to share your mission with the world. I have quite a number of topics for you today. I'll start with trajectory. We are actually going to continue evaluating the need for OTC-1 based on the small magnitude of the burn. We'll have an update for you later. A couple of vehicle statuses. In order to address what we saw last night with the small increase in ox tank pressure accompanied by a small decrease in the ox helium tank pressure, we did to do some troubleshooting, we closed the valve ox helium ISO 1. You can see this on the top left of your prop ohms plus X page. We're continuing to look at that. Don't have a full story for you yet.
Okay, I'm not at the displays right now, but I will take a look at that soon.
Great. And then just a reminder for the memorized response for the manifold run box, plus X manifold run box fail message we saw last night. Memorized response would be DAP free first, then secure SM prop.
Yeah, 100%. And I elected not to take that action last night because it was coming in and out of alarm. But if you tell us you want us to take action immediately, let us know.
Copy, read, will do. All right, continuing on. We're planning to manage our wastewater tank to a lower quantity. So we'll expect some real-time coordination. Basically, we'll be adding some wastewater dumps that are not captured on the timeline. So we'll let you know when those are going to occur. And then regarding those wastewater dumps, when we perform those or have performed those in the past, do you guys hear any sounds in the cabin? We want to know if we need to deconflict those activities from other activities on your timeline.
No sounds, but it is certainly visible.
Copy that. Thanks. All right, regarding the PWD delayed flow termination, we wanted to let you know that this is actually behavior we have seen on the ground, but we'll still take any data that you gather from the flight. And there are some prompts in the mission summary for that. We can turn to that at the end of this update.
Okay, sounds good. We did figure it was just inherent in the design of the system and the tubing, and it's an efficiency hit and a bit of a cleanliness hit for us, but primarily an efficiency hit.
Copy, good report. All right, moving on to PCDs. This is just a reminder that PCD 3 will need to be hardlined for the family conference. And then sometime today, at your convenience, we need to power cycle each PCD in turn to clear out any hard drive errors.
Copy that. We'll get on that after DPC.
Great. And then finally, some feedback on science collection. This is the first time you performed saliva collections. Any feedback or concerns you want to pass along?
None that we can't do in debrief after the mission. It was fine.
Okay, copy all. Now we are ready to take any answers you have from the mission summary and answer your questions.
Okay, from the mission summary, question number 1, we are good with PCD 3 for now. Question number 2, we are good with cabin temperature overnight. We might make an adjustment in a day or two, but for now we really appreciate all that help. It's going well. For question number 3, I think we just covered that. It is primary and secondary. For question number 4, we put a lot of thought into that, and we definitely agreed that your method was the best. Ike did a good job putting some towels around the dispenser, and overall, he and Christina had a very good cadence going of doing the fill. So that was about the ideal way to do it. It was not very messy once Ike so we would like to just have Christina call you later when she's got some gray space.
All right, copy out. Good plan.
And one go back on number 3 for the PWD. I think we're all synced up, but that has been since day one. That didn't just start happening. It's just due to the design of the tubing.
Yep, copy that clarification.
All right, it was really great to wake up this morning and look out the window and see the full moon off the front of the vehicle. There's no doubt where we are heading right now, and really appreciate all the work down there. It was also really awesome. Thank all the phytos. I can't believe that actually all worked. And when I saw that OTC-1 was like a 0.8 meter per second burn this morning on targeting, I thought we might skip it, and that is pretty impressive. All right, signing off.
Thanks, and copy all integrity.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That was Capcom Chris Birch here in Houston, Texas. She is also a NASA astronaut, speaking with the crew living and working aboard Orion for the Artemis II mission. We are now 1 day, 20 hours, and 17 minutes mission elapsed time for Artemis II. That was the conclusion of the daily planning conference. However, if you listen to the start of that conference, you did hear the relay to the crew that we hope to have the cameras on as much as possible throughout this flight day to allow us to share their journey with the world. So we intend to be able to share the crew with you as much as we possibly can. They are going to move into some of their other tasks today. Again, you heard them discussing the OTC-1 burn, that's orbital trajectory correction burn, or sorry, outbound trajectory correction burn. And Christina Cook taking the camera to show us a wastewater dump. So you heard Commander Reed Wiseman reporting that they don't necessarily hear those wastewater dumps, but that they do see them. So you're getting a live look outside the windows of the Orion spacecraft as they conduct that wastewater dump.
Integrity, we copy that successful wastewater dump.
At this time, the Orion spacecraft is over 106,000 miles away from Earth, 156,800 miles away from the moon. We are moving along with the crew's day. We intend to see them quite a bit, but we are going to not have views for a very short time as they are going to be speaking with their families. These are timelined opportunities to speak with family members down on the ground, so we do turn off the cameras for their privacy at that time. As we were discussing the outbound trajectory correction 1 burn, it was timelined for 5:49 p.m. Central Time, exactly 23 hours after yesterday's translunar injection burn.
Integrity, we are all configured for the family conference. You are go to deroute the live stream video, and we'll see you after the conference.
As we mentioned, the crew is getting into their private family conferences, so we are not going to having views inside the cabin at this time, but a pretty good view from one of those solar array wings looking at the moon, again, about 156,800 miles away from the spacecraft. Lunar Flyby Day will be flight day 6, and our live continuous coverage will be showing you all the views we possibly can of the lunar surface and the crew as they perform that work. But again, that outbound trajectory correction 1 burn, it is exactly as it sounds. It's to help the crew maintain course for their flight around the moon, and it is a follow-up to the translunar injection burn that occurred yesterday. That would only be an 8-second burn today, so as you heard Capcom Chris Birch call to the crew, it may not even be necessary because our trajectory is so spot on. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are getting live views from the Orion spacecraft looking at the moon, the destination of the 4 astronauts living and working aboard the spacecraft. Again, the crew woke up at about 12 p.m. Central Time today. They entered their post-sleep period, conducted their cabin configurations and hygiene before moving into the daily planning conference, which just wrapped up about 10 minutes ago. We do intend to see great views of the crew throughout the day while working aboard Orion. However, one of the crew members is enjoying a daily family conference right now. So while they are speaking with their family, we do appreciate the opportunity to give them some privacy, and you are getting this great view of the moon, currently 156,440 miles away.
Houston integrity question on grab sample container.
Christina, ready for your question.
Thank you. Do you need me to use a specific serial number or just either?
Either is fine. Thanks for checking.
Copy, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. I am NASA PAO Leah Cheshire, joined here by Canadian Space Agency astronaut, Artemis II backup crew member, and a Capcom, Jenny Givens. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So I would love to know a little bit about your experience as a Canadian Space Agency astronaut. What has that journey been like for you?
It has been overwhelmingly positive. I mean, I feel very lucky to be in the role that I'm in, but it's just really the honor of my life to work missions like this. Like seeing one of my very dear Canadian colleagues and my other dear friends in space has been pretty phenomenal. So the past few days have been exceptional, but also just to be embedded here at NASA as a Canadian astronaut. We have an excellent partnership and we're boots on the ground here at NASA. And I see every day really the results of what you get when you have a shared mission and you work together, and we just have a really bright future. I feel very positive about being here.
I agree. It's very exciting. So you've been training as an Artemis II backup crew member alongside the crew very closely. Can you tell us what that's been like?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long road. So backup crew members, we're kind of in an interesting spot because we do all of the crew training, and it's a very developmental mission. It's very nascent, so we're still learning. We do a lot of developmental work and contribution. Right there alongside with the crew, there were 6 of us assigned to this mission, and 4 of us are up there now. So that's a joy to see. And as we approach the mission, my work really transitioned to support. So what can I do to get these guys safely off the ground? Andre and I both worked as astronaut support people. You saw Dre strap our crew into the capsule, which was very cool. And now I have the pleasure of sitting the Capcom console. So supporting them with my training and knowing what they know. And I have a lot of joy every day I see them up there. So it's been great.
Fantastic. And you mentioned the Capcom console, so you are going to be our Capcom, our capsule communicator, during lunar flyby. Aside from participating in sims, the simulations alongside where the crew is in the simulator, we're here in Mission Control Houston. How else have you been preparing for that monumental day?
I have had the pleasure of working very, very closely with our science console. So for Flyby, we'll have Kelsey Young in there. She is a phenomenal geologist, along with many of our other science support people, and they really have been training us about how to observe the moon in a way that's accurate and helpful, but also just beautiful. Like, imagine what these crew are going to see. I just can't wait for that shift, like talking to them as they approach the flyby, fly so far away from our Earth, look back and observe both the moon and observe our own Earth. It's just an honor to share that milestone with them. So a lot of crew training, a lot of work with the geologists, which also has been a joy, and my own preparations about how I just want to share this with the world. I want people to be really proud when they see our crew do this and see themselves in the words that they share.
We are so excited. I am counting down the hours. In fact, we are 3 days, 3 hours, and 49 minutes into the beginning of lunar flyby. And so talking about your Capcom experience, you were the lead Capcom for Expedition 63 aboard the International Space Station. So how did that help prepare you for this, and what are some similarities and differences?
Absolutely. Well, flying the ISS is obviously, you have a lot of the same roles here in Mission Control, but it's very different. This is a very small ship. We have our crew totally plugged into what's happening all the time, a very defined mission and a much shorter mission. So I would say it's much busier. But our ISS training has really equipped us well. So like the relationships that I formed on that increment, I am seeing a lot of those flight controllers in the room with me for TLI. We had the same INCO or like comms controller here, that was a joy. So really relying on the relationships that I formed earlier, that's just paid dividends and has been so positive to see those people shine in their roles. And then you just learn how to talk to your friends in space, and what a cool thing. What a cool thing we get to do. So really we laid the groundwork in a lot of our ISS work for this mission.
Yeah, truly an honor. And so before we wrap up, I know you do need to get back to the Capcom console. Do you have any parting words? Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to here?
Yeah, absolutely. I have to give a shout out to the families. So seeing the resilience that the families of this crew and my own family have shown as we work to go further than we've ever gone before. You guys are amazing and the unsung heroes of this mission. And I just had the pleasure of being with a few family members during the launch, and it was beautiful. We had a few words, many smiles, many tears, and it was just a joy to see these people experience their crew members achieve their dream. I will truly remember it forever, and I am so proud of you.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for bringing this mission to the world as well. And we are counting down the hours to lunar flyby, but for today, focused on Flight Day 3 and all that the crew has to bring to us. So thank you again.
I love it. Let's do it. Thank you.
Houston Integrity, we had a great PFC on board and we are ready for the burn conference.
Copy Integrity, great timing. We just finished our discussion about OTC-1. And with such a low magnitude OTC-1 and with a low magnitude OTC-2 with a no perform of OTC-1, we are not going to perform OTC-1. Ground is going to proceed through the OpNav calibrations, and then ground will cancel the burn at MET 1 day, 21 hours, 50 minutes after the OpNav pass. How copy?
We copy snow day and understand the time is about an hour and 10 minutes from now when you're going to cancel. That was like something like 21:50.
That's it, firm.
Great. Would you like us to follow along or do any steps before then?
No crew action or monitoring required today.
Okay, we will take the time to get this cabin looking good, and I think you can come back on board in the HHB camera.
Sounds great, and Christina, thank you. We'll take you up on it, and we'll be coming on board.
This is Artemis Mission Control, 1 day, 20 hours, and 43 minutes mission elapsed time into the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft, NASA's Artemis II mission. As you heard that call from the ground to the crew living and working aboard Orion, we will not be executing the outbound trajectory correction burn today. The burn was so small and our trajectory is so precise after the translunar injection burn yesterday at 6:49 p.m. Central Time, there is simply not a need for that OTC-1 burn today. We were targeting 5:49 p.m. Central this afternoon for that burn, but as you heard from the ground, they will be the ones sending that cancellation, and therefore the crew will not need to take an action, and as Christina Cook calls it, have a snow day. This is a live view outside the Orion spacecraft looking at the moon, 155,860 miles away. We are about 10 minutes away from a mission briefing here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, not with the astronauts, but instead with NASA leadership. If you are watching on the NASA
integrity timeline.
Go ahead.
Hey, Chris. Reed is complete with his EMER mask deploy for the spare mask. And we have a question about the PCD for when convenient. I'd also be ready to do the trash mini conference when convenient. And before we act on either of those, Reed has something for you regarding his PWD activity.
Copy all. We're ready.
For the PWD video, do you want that on an iPhone, on an HHP camera, or just whatever? Are you going to download that later? You're not looking to download it today?
Reed, we are not planning to download that video during the mission, so dealer's choice.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about a timelined activity for the crew today. The PWD stands for Portable Water Dispenser. And the potable water dispenser is what the crew uses to fill drink and food bags. So the request from the ground and timelined on the astronaut schedule for today is to take a video using that potable water dispenser while filling up a drink bag, filling up a rehydratable food bag. Again, this is a test flight, and so we are experiencing everything for the first time with humans living aboard Orion. So this video will be reviewed by the teams on the ground after the mission. Again, we are about 7 minutes away from a news conference here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And if you're watching this live stream on NASA's YouTube, you won't need to go anywhere to tune into that news conference. However, if you want to continue watching this mission coverage, we do have a second stream of views available on NASA's YouTube. So you can just back out of this stream, click on that other one, and we will continue providing views of the crew and commentary here in Artemis Mission Control.
Integrity, Houston, just let us know, Christina, when you are ready for PCD4 talk and the mini trash conference. We'll just be here standing by.
And I'm ready, Chris. Go ahead.
All right, Christina, this might be it.
And Houston Integrity, let me know if you'd like me to go ahead and start with what I've got based on the question from the flight message, flight day message. I can just get started, and then we can generate some back and forth after that.
Yeah, Christina, we will take what you got first.
All right, thanks. Well, first of all, as you might imagine, there's kind of an inrush of trash when we first get up here as we're deploying everything. So we did generate quite a bit of trash in the first 30 hours of the flight. We've been managing that by kind of finding hidey holes for it and putting some of it back into empty locations. The majority of it is in official Orion trash bags. However, some of the packing material was just packed back into some of the Ziplocs that were part of the unpackaging process. So one question we have is, our understanding is that we were basically free to put trash into open locations in CTBs as it was generated, and that the hope or priority would be locations in the D and E lockers. We haven't really opened up much space in CTBs there, like there aren't any fully empty CTBs to start packing with trash. So our ask is, do you have a recommendation for where we should start prioritizing putting the Orion trash bags as we generate them, and potentially a request to consolidate some stowage so that we can designate a CTB that's all for trash?
All right, Christina, we were just talking a little bit here. We do have a location, a desired location for this trash, and recognize I'm directing you towards a place we said we haven't deployed much already, but we have some items for you to take out. The location will be Locker D, Bag 1, yellow label. We'll pull out a couple of items. I'll get those to you shortly, but that should alleviate enough space to put about 3 trash bags in that location.
That sounds great, and that will cover the loose trash that we have right now on board. We have about 4 bags altogether, and we've found a home for one of them.
Christina, that sounds good.
And I have a couple comments about the uphill garment trash that we have when you're ready.
Yeah, Christina, sounds good. We'll take that uphill garment trash info, and also would be looking for the location of that 4th trash bag, just so we know where to restow things.
Okay, perfect. The uphill garments, so the comfort garments, we put into the Flight Day 1 clothing bags. So we basically just swapped the locations as we changed into our Flight Day 1 clothing, and we restowed it into the locker that they came out of. Additionally, into that locker, we have our mag trash. It is currently double Ziploc bagged, but it is not in an Orion trash bag. And we'd prefer to keep it that way because we have all 4 single Ziplocked mags with their odor absorption sheets in one big Ziploc, so the 4 of them together would not fit in an Orion trash bag.
Christina, we copy that location and that request. We're going to assess and let you know if anything needs to change.
Awesome, thanks. I don't know off the top of my head the location of the 4th trash bag, but as I'm putting away the others, I'll come across it and I'll update you with that.
Copy, sounds good.
Another question when you're ready.
Go.
For all of the packing material, this would include clamshells, bubble wrap, Ziplocs, and regular Ziplocs. We basically feel like our training was that we didn't necessarily need to keep the regular Ziplocs, but that it would be good to keep clamshells or any designated unique Ziplocs that are padded for restow. So wanted to double check this understanding and get any guidance if we should do it differently. But again, what we're doing is keeping clamshells, keeping any unique bubble wrap Ziplocs. We're keeping them.
Apologies to interrupt the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, but if you are watching on NASA's YouTube, stay tuned. We are expecting our news conference to begin momentarily.
The Artemis II mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together. That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center for our Artemis mission status update. We are joined today by Lakeisha Hawkins, Deputy Director for NASA's Artemis program, Judd Freeling, Artemis II Flight Director, and Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager. We'll be taking questions from here in the room and through our phone bridge, but before we kick that off, we will go ahead and start with opening remarks. Lakeisha, go ahead.
Thank you. And welcome to the 3rd day of Artemis II. We appreciate the continued interest from around the world in the mission and in our crew. Since yesterday's translunar injection burn to send the crew around the moon, the mission continues to perform well overall, and the crew is in great spirits. Currently, the crew is more than 100,000 miles from the Earth and about 150,000 miles to go away from the moon. You know, Victor said that we call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason. And indeed, this is literally and symbolically our moonshot that we're in the middle of. You know, it's great to get some very clear video and images of the crew yesterday, and the crew configured their cameras aboard Integrity, and we have some of the latest images to share with you. If you could call up the first image. This first one we got to the ground shows the unique vantage point of the crew as they look back at the Earth. It shows a backlit Earth revealing auroras as the crew heads towards the moon. It was taken by Reed Wiseman out of an Orion window, and it features 2 auroras, top right and left and bottom left, and zodiacal light, which is at the bottom right. It's visible as the Earth eclipses to sun. You know, it's great to think that with the exception of our four friends, all of us are represented in this image. If you could call up the next image, please. This one shows Earth as you can see, the terminator line. And Reed also took this photo after translunar injection burn yesterday. What an amazing shot that he shared with us here. So we continue to learn all about our spacecraft as we operated in deep space with crew for the first time, and it's important to remind ourselves of that as we learn a little bit more day by day. So Judd, if you could talk a little bit more about details.
All right, thanks, Lakeisha. Let's see, so when we last left yesterday after the translunar injection, the crew did some press conferences with media. They did a detailed inspection of their windows. They also had planned medical conferences, and while they were sleeping, the ground did some looking at the crew module and service module, a survey to just see how the vehicle is doing from an external view. We also continued some OpComm passes, so the optical comm antenna that we have on board to downlink high-rate images. We were able to do that overnight. This morning when the crew woke up, they had their normal planning conferences, and then they were able to do their family conferences, so they were to talk to their family. And they also did another noise characterization of how loud the toilet was, so they performed that. We had planned today a trajectory correction burn for OTC-1 is what it's called, orbital trajectory correction. The systems are doing so well, navigation and propulsion systems together, that was not needed, so we'll roll that in to the next planned trajectory correction tomorrow. I'll hand it over to Howard to talk any specifics on the Orion systems.
Thanks, Judd. Great to be here again. Let's see, our subsystems continue to perform very well. Everything is nominal and as expected, so really good to report that today to you. As Judd said, we did the translunar injection yesterday, and we get a chance to look at the data, and the propellant usage was within 5% of our predicted usage limits. So it was really good to see it go so well, and the performance for that 5 minutes, 50 seconds was outstanding. Let's see, across other subsystems, no issues relative to solar array and power generation. The air revitalization system is doing very well. We are scrubbing CO2 at very good, healthy levels. We're keeping the humidity in the right range. And the crew, obviously you've seen, looks like they're enjoying their time in the cabin. And across various other subsystems, like I said earlier, we're performing as expected or better in some cases. Now we are working through one issue with the SM prop in terms of pressurization. So we have helium that pressurizes the propellant tanks, basically pushes out the oxidizer and the fuel in order to make some of the major burns. And so we had to shut off, isolate one of the branches. We have redundant branches in the system, no emission impacts. This is why we build redundancy in the system. But we're evaluating that, we're looking at that. That's maybe something you heard on the loop relative to what we need to do to isolate this particular branch. The second branch is ready to go. And when I say no mission impacts, we're able to perform the rest of the burns across the mission without doing any regulation, what we call blowdown mode. In other words, there's enough helium pressure in the tanks itself that we can push out the oxidizer and the fuel without needing to regulate or require more helium from the helium tanks. So overall, our redundant capabilities are providing the coverage that we need as we move across the mission. Let's see, Yesterday also, I think somebody asked this question, but the crew was able to exercise. And I said yesterday, I think we talked a little about any performance implications on the guidance navigation control system and talked to our experts, and there were no implications on that. So performed as expected in terms of what we thought the forces that would get imparted when the crew does the flywheel, that we addressed that very clearly through our design. And I'm happy to see that performance held up very well. Let's see, I have, I guess, my own couple images that Lakeisha showed you some, and I have a couple of my favorites. So the first one is just awesome to see from our spaceship. Out the window, our beautiful home planet, the Earth. I believe Reed took this picture, and it just brings a lot of great emotion to me, and to see that picture being taken. I know there's a lot of other pictures that we're going to see that are just going to be outstanding and fantastic to be able to enjoy. And then the second one, I had not seen the crew in a while. I've obviously heard them, but to see them in the interview, I do believe that I think Jeremy is too comfortable that way. I'm not sure he's working that hard, so I'm going to have to check to see if he's doing anything more than just laying there on the side here. But great to see the crew, great to see their smiling faces, and hear them talk about their experience already so far. And I can't wait to talk to them when they land home back Earth. And I think that's it for me today.
All right, thank you. We will go ahead and start our Q&A session. If you're in the room, please raise your hand if you have any questions. And if you're on our phone bridge, please press *1. We'll start right here with Mark in the back.
Hey, hello everyone. Good to see you all again. Mark Strassman with CBS. John, I want to ask you a question, if it's okay. You know, there are millions of Americans, unlike people in this room, who are just catching up with the fact that there's a moonshot going on this week. Who knew? So I want to just sort of scoot ahead to Monday's milestone, the lunar flyby. Why does it matter? What do you hope to get out of it?
So it matters because, you know, the whole point is to go back to the moon. The whole point of this mission is a campaign to get back to the moon. And the being able to see with human eyes the lunar surface is a huge milestone, right? And that just articulates the point, you know, that we're going back to the moon, we're going to stay there, right? And so this is the first step towards that. We'll obviously build upon that. We'll get eyes on the moon, kind of map it out, and then continue to go back and in force.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll go next. I think for us, I'll just touch or follow on what Judd said, which is the building blocks. You know, we're building a transportation system. And to have a reliable and robust transportation system, you need to test flight the transportation system. And I think that's really important. We've demonstrated on Artemis I with uncrewed capability. We've added a very important aspect of it, which is the crewed capability, and that crewed capability enables us to really understand how, when we have people in the cabin, how the systems operate and adjustments we need to make. You hear a lot of these kinds of things that over the loop, you know, minor adjustments we need to do. Certainly engineering expertise and the design we put in has a certain understanding, but until you put people in the mix and you operate it and really understand what you need to do to, you know, operate in this kind of environment, you don't get that until you're in that environment. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, part of what we're doing is the technical aspects and what we are learning from taking ourselves around the moon. The other part, obviously, is what you talked about, which is capturing the imagination of people, right? And we have far more engagement than we had hoped to have, and we hope that it will increase as we continue to take further and further steps into this mission.
Okay, we'll take our next question here in the front, and then Eric next.
Hi, Mark Kirkman with NSF. This is probably for both Judd and Howard. I'm very fascinated, we just saw some imagery of the waste dump, and I'm very fascinated with the prediction of needing the correction burns versus what's going to be the reality. I was wondering, because there's so little available material on the subsystems, at least publicly available material, can you summarize the things other than the waste dump that would affect or perturb the trajectory? What vents off of this vehicle as opposed to what we know from shuttle like Fest dumps and stuff like that? And were you surprised that you didn't need this burn? Are tighter in the prediction than is the reality tighter than the prediction was so far?
Yeah, so 2 parts to that question. First, so the major contributor to dispersions is what we call them, basically unplanned little tiny jets, are the carbon dioxide scrubbers. So they vent overboard, right? Vent the CO2 overboard. And so that's it's supposed to be a non-propulsive vent, but it has some propulsion to it, just like the urine vent has a little bit of propulsion to it. So that causes minor trajectory deviations. Were we surprised that the orbiter correction or the trajectory correction was a no-burn? No, not at all. I mean, it's well within bounds. What happens really is we have a threshold by which if the required correction is low enough, that means that our fidelity on our lowest thrusting jets, our reaction control system, it's just not worth it, right? And so we'll just build up more errors and fix it on the next trajectory correction burn.
I think it's really good to see that we don't need these minor correction burns. It shows that our navigation performance and our ability to get ranging has been outstanding, and that these venting things, whether it's wastewater or the life support CO2 venting, doesn't cause the disturbances that are greater than what we would expect in terms of our performance. And I believe, I think we might have skipped maybe 2. I know we skipped 1 correction burn on Artemis I already. And so it's not unexpected, and so the flight control team gets an opportunity to determine when the delta V is very small, whether we actually need to execute that burn or not.
Okay, Eric, go ahead.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Yesterday, Howard, you made a comment about you wanted a little more humidity in the capsule, I think during the briefing, which as a Houston resident is always kind of funny to hear. But just now you mentioned that the humidity level was up and good. And maybe you could just talk about sort of the comfort in the cabin. I think there have been some questions about temperature. So kind of what temperature swings and what's the ambient temperature and sort of crew cabin comfort level?
Yeah, I'll let Judd start with the crew cabin temperature, and I can follow up. Why don't we try that?
Yeah, so we had a cabin temperature that was in the mid 70s when we first got on orbit, and then we turned off some of the shell heaters, and the temperature dropped around about 65 degrees or so, and then we understood that the crew was not comfortable at 65 degrees. So we turned some of those shell heaters on. We lowered some cabin fan speeds to try to adjust that, and we've gotten it up into the low 70s, mid 70s right now. And as far as humidity, I think Howard mentioned this yesterday, but the carbon dioxide scrubbers really actually want some a good amount of humidity so that they work effectively.
Yeah, so I'll answer, we've got a lot of different kind of knobs to turn to enable the comfort level or temperature changes. For example, the pressure vessel heaters that Judd's talking about, we can go up to 85 degrees. We're not anywhere close to that yet. So that's one knob, and we have other things where we could slow down the coolant loop speed as well in terms of how we trade the heat or the coolant that's necessary to go into the cabin as well. So a lot of different options are available. And overall, keeping a steady state relative to humidity in the cabin allows us to make sure we get good readings also from the CO2 and the CO2 scrubbing associated with that humidity.
I do want to remind us, though, that this is a part of what we want to do. We want an opportunity to be able to exercise these knobs that Howard is referring to so that we have a good characterization of the system going forward. We understand the capability of the spacecraft and its systems. This is what we want.
Yep.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Thank you, Mark Carreau with Aviation Week in Space Technology. I wanted to refer back to the external survey you did with solar array cameras of the Orion and the service module, just to see if you saw anything initially of concern that would have been damage to the exteriors, or it looks good.
Yeah, I have not personally seen the photos from our survey. I did watch it a little bit on TV as well, but I have not heard anything that we're concerned about, Mark. I think we will continue to go to fine detail and look at the pictures. Our thermal protection system team is doing that right now, and they'll give me a report out tomorrow morning and show me anything that they found relative to any damage, but we don't see anything relative to the back shell panels or anything like that that would cause anything of concern based on a preliminary understanding.
Okay, Jackie, go ahead.
Hi, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Thanks for doing this. Quick question for Judd or Howard. I understand that during the latest communication with crew, they were talking about mopping up some kind of leak with towels. I'm not sure I understood exactly what was going on. I'd love some insight there. And then tomorrow, there's a couple of things on the schedule I'd love to hear more about with this manual piloting, test flight test objective, and a selfie moment. I'd love some insight into what's going on there. Thanks so much.
Sure. So mopping up water. So it's not uncommon for whenever they're filling drink bags for a little bit of water to come out. The particular incident I think that the crew was talking about likely was as we were filling the contingency water bags. Whenever we had to fill them, there's a straw and a syringe, and you put a towel around it to make sure water didn't come out. There's also a feature of the potable water dispenser such that when you turn the valve off, it still dribbles out water for a little bit. So those are probably the couple of things that they're talking about. As far as tomorrow's objectives, manual piloting, so we're going to do two different modes. It's called 6 DOF and 3 DOF, 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom. It's different thruster modes of how much control that you have in all the axes and translation. So we're just going to it's another test objective of how the vehicle handles. And selfie, I think that's probably a selfie of the Orion vehicle with the cameras.
Yeah, very similar to what we did on Artemis I, where we had, I think, the biggest selfie stick in the world and allowed us to take all those beautiful pictures. We were originally intended to have those solar array cameras do the survey that Mark was referring to that we did today, but because we were performing so well that we were able to use one of the arrays as a selfie stick, and so that was terrific.
All right, we'll head to the phone bridge for a few questions. Our first question there is from Joseph Howlett with Scientific American.
Hi, Joseph Howlett here, Scientific American. I'm curious about how the crew is faring on board, how their spirits are. I was surprised that they only got to talk to their family now, and how did those conferences go?
Yeah, so we'll say a little bit about that. They are in great spirits, and they are really excited about the opportunity to be there and what's going on. Obviously, they've been very, very busy the first couple of days, especially leading up to translunar injection. But now that we've gotten through that, that's why there's been an opportunity for them to do things like have a conversation with their families. And in terms of the great things that are going on, they did get awakened this morning with a song called In a Daydream by the Freddie Jones Band. So there's a lot of fun things going on in addition to a lot of hard work.
Okay, our next question on the phone bridge is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, I just had a couple of quick ones for Judd. Judd, I wanted to make sure I understood this lunar science observation period. So during that 6-hour period, that's when Orion's traveling around the far side of the moon for the entire stretch of that, or not? And do you know approximately when on Monday that 6-hour period begins, like in Eastern or Central Time? Thanks so much.
Yes, I can get that for you. As far as what we're doing, it's essentially when we start our closest approach to the moon. It's pretty much the entirety of that day we'll be able to see the moon, and so what we're doing is we're doing visual observations, taking camera shots of the moon and the like. As far as when we start it, it's going to be UTC of around 1830 UTC on the 6th. So subtract 5, that's 1330 Central Time, and it'll be going on for most all of that day, right? Because they'll be at their closest approach and pretty close thereabouts during that entire time.
Okay, we'll take one more question on the phone bridge and then back here in the room. Our next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking this. Probably for you, Judd. NOAA just issued a geomagnetic storm watch, G2, coronal mass ejection. I know you guys are watching this throughout the mission, but will this one, it doesn't seem to be too bad, but will the crew be doing any precautionary measures because of this? And same question from yesterday, what's the latest revised numbers for closest approach to the moon, all the numbers and distances? Thank you.
All right, yes, so we do have our radiation specialists that monitor all of that stuff, and if any of the sunspot coronal mass ejections happen from the sun, if they get to be a concern, then obviously we have mitigations, radiation shelters we put up. We do not expect that from this one, but we are continually monitoring that. As far as the updated numbers, I've got in statute miles, should be 252,757 statute miles at our furthest distance from the Earth.
You're not going to convert that to nautical miles?
I think Howard's got an app for that.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here. Go ahead.
Hi, Lauren Grush from Bloomberg. Thanks so much. I just wanted to go back to that helium issue you were talking about earlier. You said you isolated that one branch. Just wondering if there's any concern if the second branch that you're relying on now has a similar issue, or is that redundancy you mentioned earlier, would that kick in for this problem? And then I've just been listening to the loops, and it sounds like there have been various, I guess, sensor issues or issues that are cropping up that don't seem to be an issue, like there was a suspected cabin leak, caution alarms that were coming on but then turned out to be false alarms. I'm just curious if you're sensing any pattern with that, or is that just random glitches for a test flight like this?
Yeah, I'll start. The other second branch on the oxidizer side is performing very well. No issues there. And so, again, that redundancy is there. And I said earlier, we do not need to regulate either on that line either for the rest of the burns. So I think both redundancy paths are in good shape. I would say, and I'll let Judd maybe talk some specifics. In general, Lakeisha said earlier, we're learning from this vehicle. And the caution and warnings are based on, limits, and those limits are established jointly with the engineering team and the flight operations team. However, we have to operate in the environment. We have to, account for variations, and so I think sometimes we don't get it fully right. And when we don't, we correct it, and we'll make adjustments real time where we can, and if we need to, we'll make adjustments for the future as well once we get all the data. So I think all those things are part of the learning that we're doing, and certainly good to keep the team on their toes and making sure that we're not only watching the systems very carefully, but we understand what the system is telling us, and we're adjusting based on what we understand from the data.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. So it's important to remember on Artemis 1, we didn't have a caution and warning system. Because we didn't have a crew on board that we needed to alert them about, right? And so while we did measure, all of the things we did, we obviously didn't have an ECLIS system on board either, so that we knew what the behavior of that was going to be. So this is all part of exactly what Lakeisha is talking about. This is learning. This is learning how the vehicle operates with the human system in the loop, right?
Okay, we'll go to Bill next.
Hi, Bill Harwood with CBS News. This is a question I get asked a lot, and I realize that it depends on who you ask how it gets answered. But, given all the Apollo missions, the satellites that we've had around the moon at much lower altitudes than these guys are going to be at, the question I get is what do human eyes really bring to this? Even if they've got nice cameras in their hands, they're a long way from the surface. I mean, 4,000 miles. What is this bringing that we don't already have from satellites and past missions? And I'm not saying that as a devil's advocate. I'm curious how you frame that in terms of the priorities of the mission. Thanks.
You want me
I can start, yeah. So my understanding, talking with the scientists, is that your eyes, the human eyes, can resolve details much better than taking a picture and then looking at the picture, even with a telephoto lens. And so that observation that the scientists are looking for is really what's key. Even from as far as away as you mentioned, 4,000 miles, there are still things that the human eye can pick up with granularity that are important to the science community. Now, I can't talk about what those specific things that the science community is looking for, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, I think I'll try to maybe repeat what I said earlier. When I tell people this, and it's really purely from a spacecraft side, when we talk about wanting to have a moon base, wanting to have people on the surface of the moon or other planets, you need a way to transport people safely to that particular domain. And to me, it's very important that we do everything we can to understand and provide that capability in a robust and reliable way. And you have to walk before you can run. And I think this is very important in our step towards exploration, is learning, as we talked about earlier with all these questions relative to our subsystems, learning about how the subsystems operate in space. How do we put people in space, especially to the moon first? We haven't done that in over 53 years. This is a whole new generation of learning that we're trying to do. Certainly we learned a lot from our Apollo, I call giants, but we have our own learning to do, and we're trying to be more capable, and we're trying to provide more numerous opportunities to go to the moon so that we can put people down on the surface.
All right, we'll take our next question right here. Go ahead.
Hi, Michael Adkison, Houston Public Media. I know you guys are all too familiar with the Apollo 8 comparisons to this mission. They obviously did their Christmas Eve broadcast, and Sunday is Easter. We're in the midst of Passover, and Ramadan even was a couple of weeks ago. Are there any plans to do any sort of downlinks to mark the occasion or anything like that?
There will be an opportunity, obviously, to hear from the crew, and we will be having a conversation in terms of what they intend to share with us. They are always inspirational in their communication with us, and we're really looking forward to that.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here in the middle.
Hi, T.J. Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thank you so much. My question, Howard, what specific things have exceeded your expectations in terms of the Orion spacecraft?
Well, that's interesting. I would say that, just how happy and how well-trained the crew is and our teams are to just work through just minor issues that we've had. To me, it's not so much an exceedance of expectation. I expect that, but just to see it in play, just to see how well that's working out. And of course, I expect our spacecraft to perform, but you never know. This is why we have a flight test, and it makes me very happy to see that although we have some minor issues to deal with, the team operates very well with the crew, both on the ground collectively between our mission evaluation room, our flight control team, and with the crew together, working together. And of course, the spacecraft is responding in a way that, of course, we knew about from Artemis 1. Every spacecraft is different, but the process is the same, the rigorous testing that we do and the analysis we do. And so I would say that it's always good to beat expectations.
Richard Two of the Post newspaper. A question for Judd, talking a little bit like a different aspect of this, so that with the MCC. Can you talk about so many moving parts make this mission successful coming out of that department? What's the tone and the consensus of the controllers, the directors, as they see this mission transpire, and what are they thinking as far as how things are going so far in the mission?
So my sense is that there's a lot of people that are very excited, right? And excited not only for the overall general, objective that we're going back to the moon, but also just from, there's a lot of time that people have invested in training for this mission, developing the mission, being able to work well with all of the teams together, and to see that come together. I think there's a lot of excitement there, and it shows.
Going off
that question. Just curious, you know, the technology's changed so much in mission control from the Apollo days to Artemis. Is there anything that you all have learned during this mission? Have you made any changes in mission control? You know, we see the astronauts are making changes on the fly. I'm just curious to know if any changes are being made in mission control as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hear it in all of the funnies we see with sensors, the way they behave, the way the systems behave. That means that we are all reacting to that, and we are developing on the fly different ways than we originally thought how we would operate the vehicle. And so that is always an iterative process, right? And I think you're seeing demonstration of that in real time, and that we're iterating on not only learning about the vehicle, but also how to iteratively operate the vehicle as well.
Okay, we'll take another question right here in the room.
Yeah, hi, Beverly Casillas for Space Scout. Thanks again for doing this. Two quick questions. The first one, so we heard that the optical communications demo is already being used to downlink some imagery from the spacecraft. It sounds like that happened overnight. Are there any plans to potentially do any transmission of live video during the mission? And is that something we would get to see, if so? And then a second question, because it sounds like Orion's maneuvering has been really precise during the mission so far, what are you hoping to learn during this mission about guidance and navigation and PNT in the lunar environment? And is there anything that you're kind of already learning about that process? Thanks.
So I'll take the first part. For optical comm, the way the trajectory is set up, unfortunately, the only passes that we have with Goldstone are when the crew is asleep. And so anything that we have downlinked would be just video that you're already kind of seeing, higher resolution of the spacecraft looking back at either the moon or the Earth. And so for that purposes, we're really going to just use it for high-res video downlink. And then your second question.
I think I'll take the.
Yeah, why don't you take that? Yeah.
Can you repeat your second question? I think you said something. Perked my ears. Guidance, navigation, control. So.
See.
Yeah. Can you
yes.
repeat that, please?
Yeah, I was just saying, because we've seen how precise the kind of trajectory planning has already been with, not needing to do this correction burn, have you been having any learnings already about navigation and PNT with the Orion spacecraft and like ground systems during this mission? And is there anything at the moon that you're also hoping to kind of learn and experience on that front?
So, we're using very traditional navigation instruments, so star trackers, the inertial measuring units I talked about yesterday. I think those are, we expect them to be precise. They're tried and true navigation instruments or sensors that are on a lot of spacecraft across the board. I think one of the things that we may have not talked about a lot is we have a capability on Orion to navigate without ground comm. And that's the optical comm system, and optical navigation system, and that's a camera-based system that gives you a really good enough navigation knowledge, to be able to return the crew home and perform the mission. And so that's something that's a new capability that we're very interested in. I know the navigation team is certainly very interested. We did do some testing on Artemis I, and we learned a lot from that. We'll learn a lot from this, because it basically takes pictures and translate that size of the moon or the Earth, depending on which way you're pointed, and gives you navigation knowledge from that. So again, that's a tool that we expect. And of course, as an old controls guy, control systems, ability to have good latency or no latency potentially, and ability to fire the jets when you need it, and the combination jets you need them based on your offset center of gravity and where you are in terms of your mass properties, are really a great knowledge across the board of understanding. We put a lot of effort into protecting for a lot of dispersions, as Judd's talked about previously. And of course, when we encounter those dispersions, being able to control our spacecraft through them is really important as well. So all that we'll be learning. We will learn a lot, even though we have very good instruments, even though we know we have good control laws, we've implemented algorithms. Every mission is a great learning event, and it's really great to see that the precision of the work we put in is being replicated on orbit.
And I would add to that, in addition, as good as the sensors are on Orion, we still have to do ranging of the vehicle to update its state knowledge every once in a while. And so as a lessons learned from Artemis 1, we have a new suite of tools on the ground that are able to process that ranging data. And also to hopefully, what we're hoping to learn is to back out all of those, minor dispersions from, non-propulsive events that are a little bit propulsive, so that we understand that can characterize all of the error sources of the navigation state.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room, and then we'll go back to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Thank you. Tarek Malik with space.com. I think for Judd, there was discussion yesterday about how Flight Day 3 was a big change of pace for the crew after the first kind of action-packed couple days. And I'm really curious how, I know they had CPR demos today, they had lunar science preps today, how that change has gone. And then I know that tomorrow they've got some scheduled time, at least 20 minutes, to take photos of celestial bodies. And I'm just curious, if it's not the Earth and the Moon, what else might they be taking pictures of out the window in their personal time there? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably saw in some of the videos, the crew has a lot more time on their hands than they did in the first days. We were able to present them to you and have them talk to the media. As far as the pace, yeah, I think you can probably tell from the downlinks that the pace is quite different than it was the first couple of days. As far as celestial, I mean, they're taking pictures of stars and moon and sun, right? So anything they can see that is of interest.
Okay, we'll head back over to our phone bridge. Our next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News. Go ahead.
I need to do a follow-up regarding the cabin temperatures. Has NASA determined a desired temperature and a desired humidity, and is there any relationship to that with the carbon dioxide?
As far as the desired cabin temperature, that is up to crew discretion, right? And so we're simply going off of what feels best to them as a consensus for the 4 members of the crew members. And humidity, we have to have some amount of humidity. I think we mentioned earlier for the carbon dioxide, we don't want it to be Arizona dry, I think is the term to use. We certainly want, but obviously the crew doesn't want it to be Houston humid either, right? So,
yeah, that's about right. Yeah. About 70s and about 25%, somewhere around there.
Yep.
Yep, they're comfortable.
Okay, we'll take another question from our phone bridge. Our next one is from Allison McGraw. Go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Allison McGraw, Mysterious Meteorites. Congratulations on the continued success from a giant leap for planetary science. My question is, given the crew's training with the CLO, or Crew Lunar Operations, what geology or image targets are first to be taken of during the lunar flyby? Thank you.
I think we heard your conversation about images supporting geology. Yeah, so the crew is definitely going to be preparing themselves during the lunar flyby and during the time that they are going around the moon to take images. They are actually working now with the science team that has gotten underway, and they are doing preparations and working together to figure out what will be of interest and what they expect to see on Flight Day 6. And so that coordination continues as guided by our science team.
Okay, we'll go ahead and come back here to the room. If I can get a show of hands, how many more questions we have. Okay, we'll jump right over here. We'll take a few on this side, and then we'll come back over to this side.
Hello, Dan Lenahan from the Naval Postgraduate School. You've talked about this mission being a flight test program and an envelope expansion. And with the importance of the International Space Station, can you maybe talk about how the systems in Orion were originally kind of tested out prior to this mission in order to kind of succeed?
Yeah, I'll start with the Universal Waste Management System, or the toilet. The same toilet was flown on space station. I think the crews there were able to operate it for roughly about 2 weeks, if I remember. And so that was a really good, important test in a relevant environment against our toilet that we would be able to fly to the moon with. So that's one piece. I don't think there's probably smaller equipment, like for example, the CO2 removal system. The heart of it is these amine beads. They absorb CO2 and then we vent it out. The same technology is on the space station, different way on how they approach it, but very similar in terms of absorbing and desorbing of the CO2 that comes from us humans. And that was also a really good foundation to stand on and our confidence associated with ability to remove CO2, although in a different manner on board our spaceship. So those are two probably the big items that I would translate between what we've learned from space station and what we've applied for Orion.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here and then right behind you after.
Thank you. Jonathan Seri with Fox News. I'm interested in the medical equipment on board. How did the CPR demonstrations go? How did the other demonstrations go? And then if you could explain Avatar. I understand what it is, but I don't understand how the chips interact with the cell samples. If you could school me on that.
So they haven't done the CPR demo as of yet, or at least as I started the conference. So that's later on today. Avatar.
So we don't have a science representative here with us today, but as best I understand that Avatar is actually analog tissue samples from the crew members, and they have been brought on board, and there's going to be an expectation that they'll be evaluating those samples for how they react to the environment while they are on this mission, including reaction to exposure to radiation as well. And so when it gets back, we'll be very interested to understand what they learned, both from the crew themselves as well as their avatars.
And Jonathan, if you need anything else on that, we can get it to you after the press conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Robert Coppinger, the British Interplanetary Society's Spaceflight magazine. Do you have any information on the status of the CubeSats that were deployed?
Sure. All 4 CubeSats were successfully deployed on the planned timeline about 5 hours after launch. There has been positive communication with 2 of the CubeSat satellites, the one from Saudi Arabia as well as the one from Argentina. And then in terms of how they're faring, at this point, it would definitely be best to reach out to the payload owners in terms of how they're doing. But they absolutely were deployed as expected.
Okay, we'll take another question over here, and then we'll head back over to the right side of the room.
Hi, Katrina Miller from the New York Times. Any milestones we can expect for the rest of today? What are you 3 focused on for the latter half of day 3?
Sure. As was previously mentioned, we have the CPR demo. We'll have another press conference with the crew. They'll go look at do their med kit evaluations of what they have on board. Also, we have, as far as communications with the Deep Space Network, we're going to test out again the emergency comm mode in a more deliberate fashion. And I believe Jeremy has a press conference with so it's a CSA press conference, and then some more planned medical conferences.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Will. Go ahead.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for the time today. Question for Howard. It might be a little bit early to ask this, but from the performance you've been seeing in Orion so far on hardware and a software side, do you foresee any notable changes or updates to hardware or software for the Orion spacecraft that will fly Artemis III at this point, besides the heat shield, of course? And then the images that we've seen so far, for whoever wants to take this, so far have come from Reed Wiseman. Don't know if that's just happenstance or, if the other crew members are getting good pictures, but will we see a variety of the photography skills in the days to come? How is that kind of being decided and divvied up at this point? Thanks.
All right, I'll take your first question. I think walking into this meeting, or this mission, and hearing from you here relative to just The software changes we're talking about are going to be caution warning for sure. The limits that we put on, we're going to learn a lot from this mission. So there's going to be, I call them software. You probably don't think of them as software, but really data values for limits. So those will be changing for sure. We have not seen any issues with our flight software. The actual code itself. Of course, we'll learn a lot more as we go forward next few days. Hopefully, we'll not find nothing. But we don't. We'll make some adjustments if we need to for Artemis III. Our software development is still a few months ahead of us in terms of completing it. We've got a lot of the software done already. Of course, we've got a lot of software for Artemis II. From a hardware perspective, there's a lot of learning. These, I would say, minor issues that we've encountered, and these isolation valves, et cetera, we're going to go check those out and try to get the root cause. And if we have any things that impact our ability to fly at Artemis III, we will work that.
Hey, Howard, why don't you also touch on the different camera capabilities to include the mobile phone cameras, et cetera?
Yeah, so from an image perspective, before maybe Judd talks about who's going to take pictures, if you might or may not know that we have iPhones on board for the crew members, and they're able, not only the Nikon D5s and the Z9s that we have on board that we preloaded already, they were able to also take some iPhones as well. That's what Lakeisha's referring to. And so they'll get some great images from all those cameras. And I'll let Judd talk about who gets assigned the best pictures. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably just happenstance that you've seen, Reed's pictures. Every one of them are going to be taking pictures, and I'm sure once we get, are able to downlink all of the pictures, I think you will see a suite of pictures from all of the crew members.
Okay, it looks like we have one more in the room. Do we have? Okay, we'll go ahead and take one from you, and then we'll head back over here. Thanks.
Hello, Kaya Burgess from the Times of London. Is there any plan in the future to try and overcome that for future missions, to try and use kind of satellites at Lagrange points or wherever it might be, so that in future that communication behind the moon will be possible and you will never be out of signal in the future? Obviously, it's been possible for Chinese missions that have landed landers on the far side. Is that something that you will be looking into?
So I'll just mention, as part of the administrator's Ignition initiative, he has talked about all kinds of different capabilities that we are going to try to add in a stepped approach to include capabilities on the surface on the moon, as well as communication capabilities. And relay capabilities will be absolutely a part of that for supporting us in the future.
Okay, we have another question right here. And do we have any additional questions after this one? All right, one last question in the room.
Thank you. Rod Powell at Astro Magazine. Similar question. How long do you expect the blackout to be during the flyby? And given that there's no burn back there, is there any reason to be chewing our pencils? And is there anything to learn from the timing when they come back out and you reacquire signal? Thank you.
So as to your second question, no, physics takes over, and physics will absolutely get us back to the front side of the moon. Let's see, I don't think I have the timing yet on this for how long we're going to be out of comm, but I can get you that.
Is it about 40 minutes?
Yeah, it's around.
Somewhere in that vicinity? Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is 40 minutes. All right, well, it looks like that's all the questions we have for today. Thank you so much for joining. We'll see all of you back here again tomorrow at 4:15 for our next mission status briefing. As always, you can keep up with all the latest news and events during the Artemis II mission at nasa.gov. Thanks for joining.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This view coming to you live from one of the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft, looking at the European Service Module and the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, also known as the OMS. We are 1 day, 21 hours, and 49 minutes into the Artemis II mission, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. Orion and her crew, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are now 111,482 statute miles from Earth and continuing to increase that distance as we continue to grow closer to the moon, 153,763 miles away. We've just wrapped up our daily press conference, during which mission management is able to answer questions from the media. We have another one of those scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're live here in Mission Control Houston 24/7, providing updates as the crew continues their work aboard the Orion spacecraft. One of the most major events for today was the OTC-1 burn. That was the Orbital Trajectory Correction 1 burn. That was a timeline to happen at 5:49 p.m. Central Time. However, that burn has been canceled because there is no need to correct the trajectory of Orion at this time. That burn follows the translunar injection burn at 6:49 p.m. last night. The translunar injection burn took us out of high Earth orbit and sent us toward the moon. It also commits us to a splashdown on flight day 10. Because that burn was so precise, teams were able to cancel the OTC-1 burn today. And a quick correction, the briefing for tomorrow afternoon is at 5:15 p.m. Eastern. This is the channel you'll need to look for that on, and we will continue our communications and coverage on our second YouTube stream. However, we are back here with the crew for the rest of the day. They woke up at 12 p.m. Central Time and have since then configured the cabin. They also spoke with the teams on the ground for the daily planning conference, and we got some great views inside the cabin. With that burn cancellation for today, the crew now has a little more free time on their schedule after having a very, very busy first 2 flight days with launch on April 1st and translunar injection burn on April 2nd. They do have a handful of timelined events for today, however, including filming a video of the potable water dispenser. This is how the crew accesses water during the mission. There are 4 water tanks on Orion, and they are able to fill drink bags as well as rehydrate the food that they eat while on the mission. As this is the first time we have crew living and working in Orion, the team's timelined an event for them to video themselves filling up those drink bags, filling up a rehydratable food bag to help us understand how the system is working in orbit. They will review that video once the crew has returned to Earth. There are a handful of medical devices on the spacecraft as well, and so other things the crew will be working on today is checking out those medical devices. One of those is the electrocardiogram device. They'll be able to check that out on one of their fellow crew members. Later on in the day, they will also activate and check out other diagnostic devices of the Orion medical kit system, including the blood pressure monitor, thermometer, stethoscope, and otoscope. And staying in that medical timeline, the crew will also be conducting a CPR demonstration. They'll be using their medical emergency procedures to simulate methods to treat an airway obstruction if one were to occur on Orion. A key feature of many of these events, as mentioned with the potable water dispenser, is that these will need to be recorded. These will serve as training videos and also help teams on the ground learn how to best prepare the spacecraft for future missions. Later this evening, it looks like about 10 p.m. Central Time, the crew will also work on configuring the cabin for lunar flyby. Now, they will deconfigure it because flyby is not until flight day 6, but this gives them an opportunity to practice their positioning throughout the cabin as they prepare for flyby.
Integrity, Houston, with a status and a timeline, Delta.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, we wanted to let you know that we are stepping into our burn cancellation procedure here from the ground. We have attempted to suppress any expected caution and warnings associated with that. Just want to give you a heads up. And then we'll let you know when we have a new active burn plan. The other piece is we'd like you to give us a call prior to the CPR demo. Consider that a hard scheduled activity for now so that we can position the saws. How copy?
Copy all, and let me know when you're ready for me to start exercise.
All right, Reed, I will let you know.
As previously mentioned, we are expecting the crew to get into the CPR demo later today. That won't be until just before 7 p.m. Central Time, but the team on the ground has asked the crew to let them know before they start that demo so they can park the solar arrays. Reed Wiseman also called down that he is standing by to begin exercise. That's another opportunity for the team to park the solar arrays, and by doing so, it keeps any movement that happens inside the spacecraft from damaging those arrays. We did see some movement yesterday while Commander Reed Wiseman was exercising. The crew uses a small flywheel device. It only weighs about 30 pounds in comparison to over 4,000 pounds of equipment on the space station. And the crew is timelined to exercise for 30 minutes a day to help maintain their bone and muscle strength. This, a live view of the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center. Down toward the bottom of your screen, Capcom Chris Birch, NASA astronaut who you've been hearing speaking with the crew, and next to her, Capcom and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, also a backup flight crew member for Artemis II. Near the top of the screen, Flight Director Jeff Radigan, and to his left, Flight Director Diana Trujillo. On the left side of your screen, a live view from the Orion spacecraft, now over 112,000 miles away from Earth. And that is our little crescent Earth over to the right.
Integrity with a mag stowage follow-up for Christina.
Go ahead.
Christina, in your last report, we copied 2 levels of containment for those mags, and we need 3. So our suggestion was to put in a trash bag, if able, or another Ziploc, unless you can correct me and say we've got 3 levels of containment.
We'll go. Thank you.
Thank you much. And Integrity, read is go for exercise. We are configured.
Just as everything is properly and precisely tracked aboard Orion, there are procedures for everything as well. So whenever disposing waste, the crew is calling down, they need to track exactly where that is stowed and how. Even for Commander Reed Wiseman cleaning the windows last night, there are specific ways to take care of all systems aboard the spacecraft, and so it's important that the crew checks with the ground to make sure that they are properly caring for Orion.
Chris, I copy on exercise. I'll be starting in about 5 minutes.
Copy, sounds good.
Commander Reed Wiseman calling down that he is planning to start exercise pretty soon, and yesterday we did see some motion as he was exercising. We will look for that again here on the left side of your screen, a view from Orion looking at the European service module and that orbital maneuvering system engine. Again, we don't expect to fire the orbital maneuvering system engine again after the translunar injection burn. That was the final major burn for that engine. But this is the engine that would be used should we have an abort of the mission. However, everything's still looking great for Orion and for our 4 astronauts on the Artemis II mission.
integrity regarding the enabled caution ord guide unconverged. Unexpected from us down here, probably related to our recent burn plan uplinking. No crew action. And as we're performing an attitude maneuver, we're going to need Reed to stand down from his exercise until we can get the saws repositioned.
We copy standing down from exercise and copy your words about the caution as well.
Those calls to the crew as they received a caution on their displays for orb guidance. That's due to the cancellation of this orbital trajectory correction burn. No action called to the crew. Again, we canceled that orbital trajectory, outbound trajectory correction burn due to having such a precise translunar injection burn. This other burn today would have only been 8 seconds long and was deemed unnecessary. As we are currently maneuvering the attitude of Orion, Commander Reed Wiseman was also asked to hold on beginning his exercise due to the need to maneuver the solar arrays as well. They will then park those solar arrays and put Orion in the proper configuration for Wiseman to begin exercise. Mission Planning Officer here in Artemis Flight Control in Houston, Texas, reports that the crew is go for exercise as the solar arrays are now in place. We'll be looking to see if there's any movement while Commander Reed Wiseman begins his exercise portion. Orion is currently 113,922 miles away from our home planet, 152,000 miles away from the moon. Capcom Chris Birch also called up confirmation about that caution that the crew received about orb guide that was due to the cancellation of the outbound trajectory 1 burn. And of course, no action for the crew. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen answering Capcom Chris Birch's call to conduct an AGA reading. That's an anomaly gas analyzer reading. That device must be powered on 5 minutes prior to taking a reading, and they request that the crew does so before exercising. Obviously, this is the first flight of humans on this spacecraft, and therefore it's also the first flight of an ECLSS system, environmental control and life support system. By taking these readings inside the cabin, teams on the ground are able to determine how that ECLSS system is functioning and what amount of gases are inside the cabin. The numbers you heard Hansen reporting are in parts per million. This is Artemis Mission Control. As you can see, some motion on your screen from this camera on the solar array wing looking back at Orion. We are expecting that to be from Commander Reed Wiseman, exercising yet again. The crew is timelined to exercise 30 minutes each during this mission. This keeps their bones and muscles strong while in the microgravity environment. This type of motion doesn't damage the spacecraft, but the solar array wings are locked and parked to keep them from being damaged by any loads imparted from this movement. This is Artemis Mission Control, 1 day, 22 hours, and 37 minutes into the flight of Orion and the Artemis II crew. NASA astronaut and commander of the mission, Reed Wiseman, continues to exercise on the flywheel device inside Orion. That's why you're seeing some of that motion right there. And earlier today, the team decided to cancel the outbound trajectory correction 1 burn. This was going to be a small burn to keep Orion on the path to fly around the moon. However, our translunar injection burn was so precise that this correction burn was not necessary. So the crew has a little bit of free time back on their day. Coming up in just a couple of hours, the crew will get into their midday meal. The food the astronauts eat plays a key role in maintaining their health and ensuring they can perform their mission objectives to the best of their abilities, and it's also something they enjoy sharing together. Long before launch, our teams here at Johnson Space Center start preparing, so this crew has everything they need to enjoy their meals. Let's take a look.
Around the moon meal.
Around the moon meal. What would you eat? Cheese? Can you think?
Oh my gosh. That's clever. What do you think?
All right,
describe.
My name is Christina Cook.
And I'm Jeremy Hansen. We're crew members on the Artemis II mission flying around the moon. And when we fly around the moon, of course, we're going to be taking some food with us.
That's right. This is how to eat in space. Here we are in what we call our food lab at NASA Johnson Space Center. We come in here quite often to sample space food. The neat thing about the food selection is it is so diverse. Different entrees that you wouldn't imagine can be rehydrated and actually good in space are completely fair game. And it's pretty awesome.
We came in for Artemis to do this. We got about halfway through the first session and we're like, we're not really sure we're gonna have time on board to warm this stuff up. We talked a lot about day one. It's a long day. It's hours before we even leave the launch pad on our way to space. And then when we get to space, we have a lot of important events that day. We just did a sim yesterday where lunch is scheduled. It's
midday meal.
Yeah, midday meal for all 4 of us. And so those would be great moments, I think, in our mission to have prepped some food and sit down or float as a crew and just have a joint meal.
For sure.
I think that'd be fun.
My name is Shulei Wu. I'm the food system manager for ISS and Artemis. The food lab at Johnson Space Center, that's where we make and package most of the space food, and also where we will be making all the food for the Artemis missions. Food is a big part for our crew members. They provide the nutrition, the calorie, micronutrient for crew members, but also boosting crew morale. It's very important. There is always a lot of steps, very strict steps for us to follow to making sure the food we provide are consistent and meet all the food safety, nutritional requirements, and most important, also need to taste good. The other strategy is always promote the variety, because everybody's food preference can be very different. Therefore, the more variety we can have, the better to meet the needs of the astronaut group.
They bring out these little tiny samples of each food, and you're like, oh my gosh, I thought we were having lunch. And then by the end, there's so many space foods, and every time you leave, you're like, I am so full.
I'm so full, I'm in pain.
And you just rate them like, I love this, I don't want to eat it, I'd eat it if you tell me I need it. Because what the food lab does is they take all your preferences, but they're also like good parents and they're like, you need a well-balanced diet.
Exactly. They were like, no, you can't have mac and cheese every day, Christina. Sorry.
I'm Wyeth McKinley. I'm a flight controller and a crew instructor for Artemis II. We're here at the Space Vehicle Mock-Up Facility at Johnson Space Center. We're inside the Orion mock-up where we perform crew training for the Artemis II mission. On the Orion vehicle, crew is able to heat up their food using our briefcase-style food warmer. The food is held in contact with the central heater plate by these springs so they can warm up and they can have a delicious meal. Much of the food and drink that's on Orion is rehydratable. And so crew at our potable water dispenser will fill up their food and drink, and then at that point, you go ahead and pop it into your food warmer.
I'm kind of envisioning there's maybe one person putting the stuff in and out, kind of tossing it out to everyone as it's done. Or maybe if we're not scheduled together, you're just on your own over there, popping some things in. Or maybe just in your 2 minutes of free time between things, you're kind of getting it ready so it has time to warm up. We'll see.
Eating together really resonates with me. I think it's just a human thing to break bread together and to enjoy that necessary thing you have to do, the thing you should be grateful for. And so doing that as a group, as a family, has always been meaningful for me.
Absolutely. It represents togetherness and something a little out of the ordinary. You don't necessarily get to have those meals with everybody in your life, but if you are sharing a meal, especially if you're sharing breakfast, lunch, and dinner with a group of people, that means something. It's like a camping trip.
This is Artemis Mission Control, just a little inside look at some of the food flying aboard the Orion spacecraft with the crew. Today for lunch, the crew has a variety of options. Some of the things they'll be enjoying include beef stew, smoked turkey, chicken with peanut sauce, roasted turkey. They have cheese tortellini, butternut squash, cauliflower and cheese, and of course a fruit salad in there too. The motion you see of Orion on your screen is due to the exercise from NASA astronaut and Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman. He continues to use the flywheel device inside the spacecraft. Again, we have each of the astronauts timelined to exercise for 30 minutes each day. Elsewhere in the cabin, Christina is working with the ECG device. As we discussed, the crew are performing checkouts of some of their medical equipment today. This is the electrocardiogram device checkout. This is, of course, with the crew being the first humans to fly aboard Orion, the first opportunity that all systems and teams have to check out their devices and hardware with humans on the spacecraft. Everything we do on this mission informs our plans for future missions around the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, the movement you see on your screen is due to Commander Reed Wiseman exercising inside the Orion spacecraft. That's a view from a solar array wing camera looking at the European service module, that large thruster in the middle, the OMS engine, the orbital maneuvering services engine. We were expecting to have an outbound trajectory correction burn today at 5:49 p.m. Central Time. However, that burn was deemed unnecessary due to our precise trajectory thanks to the translunar injection burn. Earlier this morning during the daily planning conference, Wiseman called down his thanks to the FIDOs, the Flight Dynamics Officers, for their excellence in that burn. Once he's complete with exercise, Wiseman is also timelined to work on his National Geographic filming. Again, we selected National Geographic through a competitive selection process to help us document and tell the story of the Artemis II mission. The crew members have time throughout the day scheduled to help capture those items, and a shot list provided by National Geographic with everything from exercise to family life, bedtime preparations, what it's like to live in space. They'll also explore the medical kit, which we've discussed today, and take plenty of photos, including just some memories of their time aboard Orion. This is a live view of the Orion spacecraft, and we were seeing some motion due to Commander Reed Wiseman exercising on the spacecraft. We have seen that cease for the time being, so we may be anticipating a call that is completed. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 team is on console monitoring all systems aboard Orion. It's been a relatively quiet day here in Mission Control Houston due to the cancellation of that outbound trajectory 1 burn. Just decidedly not needed due to our already precise trajectory thanks to the translunar injection burn. That call from NASA astronaut and mission specialist for the Artemis II mission, Christina Cook. She is conducting a checkout of the ECG device. That is an electrocardiogram device that is aboard Orion that requires her to use an app on the medical tablet. She's running through some troubleshooting with teams here on the ground, but this does call for the crew to take an ECG reading as they test out all of the systems and the tools they have on this flight. As we continue to monitor the Artemis II mission, now mission elapsed time of 1 day, 23 hours, 8 minutes. The Orion spacecraft is now 116,700 miles away from Earth. This mission is built by people and companies in all 50 states and with international partners. So with Artemis II flying, this is a testament to everyone's hard work and dedication. Let's learn a little bit more about them.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things, and that's what this mission is all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team. One team.
One team.
One dream.
Y'all to exercise right until midday meal.
My apologies, Victor. We're checking. Integrity, Victor, you can go exercise all the way up to midday meal.
Copy, I'm getting started. Thank you.
No problem.
This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. NASA astronaut and pilot of the Artemis II mission, Victor Glover, calling down to report he is hoping to get started soon on his scheduled exercise for the day. And since it's a little late, he's hoping to continue that until the midday meal. Now, we were expecting the outbound trajectory correction burn during that time. However, that burn has been canceled as we did not need it. We are on a perfect trajectory toward the moon.
Houston, integrity on 1 for HHP.
We're with you.
Hey, Chris, Victor's about to start exercise, but he's encouraging video downlink, so if you want to come on the HHP, I'll start the stream.
Thanks, Reed. We would absolutely love that, and thanks, Victor, for his willingness to let that happen. Reed, I do have an additional comment for you and the rest of the crew about a possible opportunistic photography and science opportunity over your midday meal. There's a period where we're going to have Earth viewing followed by moon viewing. You can reference the Orion attitude band in Optimus. It's kind of right in the center of your midday meal. And if you'd like to do any photography, we're recommending deploying and using the camera shroud over window 2 to reduce glare.
Okay, we love those little opportunities. Thanks for sharing them. Keep them coming.
Commander Reed Wiseman calling down to the ground. That is Capcom Chris Birch in the center of your screen responding to him. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, the one person communicating with the crew. Wiseman reporting that they expect to be able to turn on the camera inside the cabin soon, so we look forward to gaining those views of the crew. And Birch sharing
Houston integrity for ECG.
Go ahead, Christina. How's the troubleshooting going?
Hey, Chris. We are connected and charging on the little tablet. However, no joy getting a signal on myself nor Jeremy. Two things I can think of to try. One would be to let it continue to charge. It did just reach 20%. I checked and it does not seem to be in any battery saver mode. In fact, it says battery saver unavailable. I also checked the Bluetooth devices. The ECG is showing up as a device. However, it is giving me the option to connect in the Bluetooth area, and nothing happens when I do it. It does seem to be finding the device when I'm in the app. So the other thought I could try would be to forget and reconnect the device.
Christina, that is an excellent idea. Good troubleshooting so far. Yes, we definitely want you to try the forget the device and then try and reconnect. And then another piece of data that might be useful for us is whether you see a battery symbol at the top of the medical tablet right-hand corner.
Do you mean within the app or just in the screens of the tablet?
Good clarification, within the app.
Okay, within the app, when the screen instructing to touch the electrodes to start is up, I do have a battery icon in the upper right. However, it is gray with a question mark inside.
Okay, Christina, thanks. Yeah, that just gives us that confirmation that it's not connected to the ECG. Let's go ahead and continue with that Bluetooth troubleshooting steps for getting and reconnecting.
You're getting a live view inside the Orion spacecraft during some general daily activities that the crew is conducting. You heard communications with Christina Hansen, Christina Cook calling down to Chris Birch here, our Capcom in Mission Control Houston. She continues to troubleshoot the ECG device that they are testing out. In the foreground, in the blue shirt, Commander Reed Wiseman, and next to him in the black shirt, Canadian Space Agency astronaut and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. In the background, you're getting a look at NASA astronaut Victor Glover, pilot for the Artemis II mission, preparing to exercise. And what he is using is the flywheel device. We've discussed this a few times. This is
Houston, integrity for ECG. No joy seeing the device in the list of available devices when I attempt to repair it after doing the Bluetooth forget.
Okay, Christina, unfortunately, we are out of ideas at the moment. We're going to do some more thinking. We really appreciate all of your troubleshooting steps and actions you've taken. Great data for us, but we'll move on from this activity for the day. Thank you.
Copy all. I will keep the medical tablet charging and restow everything. Thanks for the help.
Copy all.
Again, those calls from Christina down to the ground as she troubleshoots that ECG device, the BME, or biomedical engineer, here at Mission Control Houston, working with their teams to continue developing procedures to help the crew troubleshoot. Back inside Orion, Victor Glover is in his timelined exercise for the day. On the flywheel device, this is a small device installed directly below the side hatch, so if you look above where his feet are, that is the side hatch of Orion. The flywheel is a cable-based device, so you can use it for either aerobic exercises like rowing or resistance workouts like squats and deadlifts, and today Glover is timelined to do resistive workouts. It can max out at 400 pounds of resistance. This view really gives a great look inside Orion and at the size and space available. Again, you're looking at 330 cubic feet habitable volume, so about the size of 2 minivans inside. The crew obviously did not launch in Orion in this configuration. They have since been able to stow quite a lot of the hardware that was used during the launch portion. That gives them more space to move about the cabin. As pilot Victor Glover continues exercising using the flywheel device, this is something that we learned early on during our spaceflight history would be critical for astronauts living and working in space for longer periods of time. On the International Space Station, astronauts are timelined to work out for approximately 2 hours a day to help maintain their bone and muscle health. On Orion, they are timelined to exercise for 30 minutes a day. Not only does this exercise help benefit the crew members and keep them strong, but it also helps inform how we treat things like osteoporosis on Earth. This is Artemis Mission Control, the spacecraft traveling 3,400 miles per hour, now over 118,000 miles away from Earth and 148,000 miles away from the Moon. You can track those stats for yourself anytime at nasa.gov/trackartemis. We also got some beautiful images from the crew this morning. Their first look back at Earth after the translunar injection burn. You can also see those images as well as the ones we intend to release as they come down on NASA's social media accounts at NASA and at NASA Artemis. In this live view from inside the Orion capsule, you can see Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen there in the black t-shirt. Looks like he is unpacking some of the crew's meals ahead of their midday meal coming up. We talked through some of their lunch options for today: beef stew, roasted turkey, cauliflower and cheese, cherry blueberry cobbler, butternut squash, roasted turkey again, cheese tortellini, vanilla pudding, and the most appetizing, chocolate pudding cake. And if you're a sauce fan like me, you'll like to know there is maple syrup, chocolate spread, peanut butter, hot sauce, spicy mustard, strawberry jam, honey, cinnamon, and almond butter, all flying around the moon as well. If you look closely at Canadian space astronaut Jeremy Hansen, it appears that he is wearing two watches, but one of those is Archer. Artemis II astronauts wear wristband devices that continuously monitor their movement and their sleep throughout the mission. This data is going to be used for real-time health monitoring and safety assessments. And what they've completed pre-flight and will complete in post-flight evaluations help us get deeper insights into their cognition and behavior, their teamwork, of course, and their sleep quality in the deep space environment and inside Orion. Archer stands for Artemis Research for Crew Health and Readiness. And everything we learn from this test flight helps us prepare for future mission planning and crew support systems.
Use and integrity exercise complete. Thank you.
Thanks, integrity. We copy.
All right.
As you heard the call from pilot Victor Glover, he has completed exercise and was very kind enough to give us a view inside the cabin while he was exercising. We previously have seen the views from outside the cabin while the crew is exercising and how that imparts movement on the spacecraft. Now the crew is getting into their midday meal. Again, we were expecting to have a burn in 10 minutes, so if you are tuned in and looking for the outbound trajectory correction burn, that has been canceled for today. It was deemed unnecessary because our targeting was so accurate for the translunar injection burn. Again, that translunar injection burn came last night at 6:49 p.m. Central Time, 5 minutes and 50 seconds, using the Orbital Maneuvering Systems engine on the Orion spacecraft. And when you hear the crew call down and discuss their PCDs, that portable computing device, it's exactly what you see Hansen and Glover using right now, those tablets that allow them to track what they've been up to in the spacecraft, monitor their timelines, and communicate through email.
Houston Integrity AGA readings when ready.
All right, we'll take them.
CO2 1.0, O2 20.1, temperature 75.7, cabin pressure 14.2 psi.
Copy all, and we believe we copied CO2 1.0. Just want to confirm.
One decimal zero, 1.0, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And a question, do you guys always want these called down, or is a crew note enough?
And our preference is call down. Just helps us keep in sync with you guys real time.
Copy.
With the completion of this block of exercise for today, Glover calling down readings from the AGA, the Anomaly Gas Analyzer. Those readings are requested before and after exercise, so they leave the device on throughout the time period that they are using that flywheel device. This helps teams on the ground monitor what the levels in the cabin are for the various molecules that Glover called out, and those are reported in parts per million. And we have just passed 2 days mission elapsed time, 2 days since the launch of Orion atop the Space Launch System spacecraft from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, a very smooth ride uphill. We are now 3 days and 19 minutes away from the opening of our lunar flyby, targeted for flight day 6, when the crew will fly around the moon, the first time in over 50 years for humans to do so. This is Artemis Mission Control, 2 days and 14 minutes mission elapsed time for the first flight of humans aboard Orion. And I am joined here by Paul Boehm, Orion Crew Support and Thermal Systems Manager. Thank you for joining us, Paul.
Oh, thank you very much for having me, Leah. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, tell us a little bit about your role. You just came from the Orion Mission Evaluation Room, is that right?
Yeah, actually, I just did. I was just checking our systems to see how things were going, and I am really pleased. So my role is I manage the hardware related to crew and all the crew systems on the vehicle, the ECLA system, the thermal systems, the suits, the flight crew equipment that are on the vehicle, and so been doing that for almost 14 years now.
Wow, that's impressive. And when we're talking about the ECLA system, that stands for Environmental Control and Life Support System. So what all makes up ECLS?
ECLS, yes. The biggest thing everybody thinks about for ECLS is the life support system, the pressurization system, the air revitalization system that we have, and then the other parts of it that are also part of it is the thermal aspect of it, where we're cooling the air to be able to keep the crew temperature down exactly where they want it to be comfortable in the cabin, and so that is also part of our system as well.
Yeah, we heard them make some calls a couple days ago about being a little chilly, and your team is the one that works on making sure they're comfortable?
Yes, we've been working that the last couple of days, trying some adjustments. It's one of the things I will stress with the new vehicle. We are learning every single day that we're flying this vehicle right now, especially with the crew in it. We flew Artemis I, we learned some things about the systems there, but now we have the crew involved, which adds a whole new dynamic to the vehicle, and that is what is really what we're looking at today, and learning how to interact with the crew and adjust things as we need to make the crew comfortable.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you also work with the food systems a little bit as well. So they're actually getting ready for a midday meal. We've been fortunate enough to have in-cabin views for some of today, and we saw them getting out some of their food. So can you tell us about the food warmer?
Yeah, the food system is, the crew is, a lot of the food that we use is very similar to what they fly on ISS. It's the rehydratable food. And what we use on Orion, we have what we call a food warmer. It's about a little suitcase-sized device, and our biggest challenge is mass and volume on Orion going to the moon. And so we had to reduce the size of a galley. We would love to fly a galley, but we just can't because of the mass and volume challenge. So we have a suitcase that basically the crew inserts their food into the suitcase. It's a warming plate and heats it up to about 155 degrees.
Oh my goodness, that's much warmer than I expected you to say. That's really impressive.
It's what they use for doing the hot drinks, warming up the food that needs to be warmed up so that it tastes better when it's warmer. So they can put about 12 packages in there to be able to heat up those and be able to have some hot food during the flight.
I'm impressed. I used to be a taste tester here, and so I always enjoyed trying the food. I found it to be really good, and so
it is amazing what they can do.
Yes, it really is. So tell us more about the ECLS system and how it's performed so far now, 3 days in.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I am extremely excited how it's performing right now, because it is actually better than our predictions, which is really great. The carbon dioxide removal system that we are flying for the first time on a human spacecraft, relying on it, this particular system has been outperforming what we thought it was going to do. It's been awesome. So really low levels, and the crew's so far been pretty complimentary of it.
That's incredible news. So you were talking a little bit about, the temperature and how this is the first flight with crew, and so everything you're doing is learning. So what is your team hoping to learn on this mission?
So the biggest thing we're doing, number one right now, as I mentioned earlier, was because it is a flight test and it's the first time we're doing it, we're learning how to tweak things, we have heaters and we have the systems like the CO2 system I mentioned earlier. We're learning how to balance all those things as we work with the crew, because each crew member is different metabolically. We have different met rates that the crews have as they're doing different exercises, like you saw them exercising earlier today, versus when you're doing a meal, you're pretty calm, and therefore you have a very low metabolic rate. So those variables really change how we interact with the crew, with our system. And so that's really what we're learning today, is how our system interacts with the human.
Integrity. We need a few minutes. We'll call you when it's a good time.
Copy, sounds good. We'll wait for your call.
That call from the crew about performing a wastewater dump. We actually had great views earlier from inside the cabin while they did so. It was fascinating. Talking about, preparing for the future, but we've also had similar hardware on the space station for the past 25 years. So what are some differences in the hardware that we have now on Orion and versus what, we have on the International Space Station?
Yeah, our biggest difference between Orion, because we are a deep space vehicle, you have that very long return, and there's no coming back until when you do that translunar injection burn that we did yesterday. And so it's going to be many days before we can actually get back. So when we designed Orion, we really looked at the ecosystem to try to figure out how can we make it simpler. And then some of the systems that we have, as I mentioned, the CO2 removal system that we have, we needed a regenerable system such that you weren't flying consumables that you had to use up every day and replace. That's a lot of things. I think I calculated one time it's about 143 basketballs worth of lithium hydroxide canisters we would need to do a 21-day mission with Orion versus our current system, which takes about 16 basketballs to be able to go do that. And so it's a regenerable system. It essentially removes the carbon dioxide from the cabin air, dumps it overboard, and those items are recyclable every time you expose them to vacuum. They regenerate, and now you can expose it back to the cabin air again and remove more CO2. So it's those regenerable type of systems. We flew some test examples of this on ISS to see how that went, but this is the first time we're actually flying with this type of system on a human spacecraft and completely relying on it.
Wow, amazing. And we've also heard some calls about the anomaly gas analyzer and taking those readings and the calls down from the crew about what they have gas-wise in the cabin. So how does your team take that data and interpret it?
So the biggest thing we have is certain limits on CO2 levels that we try to maintain without getting too specific, but I will. It's 4 millimeters of mercury is the level that we rely on. And basically we use those AGA measurements to basically bounce against that level that we're at. And so I believe, if I remember correctly, it's about 0.4 millimeters here on the ground that we're normally breathing. And so we try to stay as low as possible with carbon dioxide in the cabin. So, and the readings that we're seeing right now are actually kind of phenomenal for a human spacecraft. So it's great.
Wow, that is great. Well, congratulations to you and your team on a great mission so far, and we will be keeping an eye on everything as we move forward. But Paul, thank you again for joining us here.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. It's been a great flight so far.
Houston Integrity, you are go for Blizzard.
Copy, go for Blizzard. Christina, while I've got you and the crew, I have some information regarding a replan for the afternoon. Shouldn't require too much back and forth, but let me know. First is, we don't have any other vehicle statuses from what we've already told you. So unless you guys have questions for us, we were going to go ahead and cancel the Flight Director Crew Conference that's in 10 minutes. We also are going to do a little bit of a replan with you guys managing the afternoon post-midday meal, basically after the PAO event. We'd like to give you a bit more time for exercise and sliding back that S-band SAT mode DFTO a little bit. And then exercise after that. This means that you'll have to manage some of that pre-lunar flyby cabin config and other activities just amongst yourselves. But this should allow us to get in all exercise and have enough time post-PAO event for that S-band SAT mode DFTO. The DSN EMERCOM DFTO needs to stay where it is because there's some vehicle maneuvers that have to happen with that.
Hey, Chris, let me just make sure. Are you saying we can defer the S-band sat mode DFTO, but do the DSN emercom on time? And Chris, if it helps you, Victor and I have both exercised, so he is more than happy to do the S-band sat mode DFTO on time.
Thanks, Reed. Just talking down here with the team to make sure I got the right words to give you. We'd like that S-band sat mode DFTO to slide 30 minutes to the right for some ground config, but then the emercom DFTO will stay where it is.
Okay, that sounds good. Ike will be ready 30 late for S-band sat mode, but if you could also please give us a heads up when your commanding is done and you're ready for that activity, that would help us out.
Absolutely, Wilco. The other thing we want to remind you is that in your midday meal, we have about a 1 hour forward DSN LOS, but for most of that, we've got return. And kind of in the middle of your midday meal period, you'll notice there's, like I mentioned, this good Earth and Moon viewing positions. It's also roughly when you're going to pass close to the halfway point between the Earth and the Moon, and you can reference your altitude on the PFD for that midway point.
Yeah, crazy that we're seeing 105,205 miles, and it's still going up pretty quick. Thanks for all that, Chris.
Great. Thank you guys so much, and enjoy your lunch.
Those calls from Capcom capsule communicator Chris Birch, also a NASA astronaut here in Mission Control Houston, up to the crew aboard Orion, named Integrity. This view of Artemis Mission Control, the Orbit 1 team is still on console. The crew was enjoying their midday meal. We do not have fresh foods flying on Artemis II. Orion does not have refrigeration or a late load capability prior to launch that we need for fresh foods. So we have shelf-stable foods aboard Orion and rehydratable foods that the crew is used to, having flown on the International Space Station. As we saw in the earlier video, the Artemis II crew had direct input into the food that they have available during the flight. They were able to sample and rate all of the foods on the menu, and their preferences were balanced with the nutritional requirements needed and what Orion can accommodate. Back with those live views of the Artemis II crew. We just spoke with Paul Boehm, Orion Crew Support and Thermal Systems Manager, telling us a little bit more about the food warmer on Orion. So if the crew needed to heat up any of the foods that they are eating today, they were able to do so with a approximately briefcase-sized food warmer to heat the meals as needed.
Integrity Houston, sorry to interrupt your lunch, but we have a commanding request prior to CPR demo during the forward LOS. Let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, because you'll be starting the CPR demo activity while we're in that LOS, we would like you to first confirm we are in coast to default 4100, and then please put all 4 saws into safe harbor A, then start the CPR demo. I'll copy.
Okay, Chris, before starting CPR demo, we will verify coast default 4100, and we will command all 4 saws to safe harbor A.
Good read back. Thanks so much. Integrity courtesy call, not knowing your preference. We did have video of Victor, which we have stopped going out on our PAO stream.
We appreciate that, Chris. We were definitely good with it going out, but we also understand if you want to restrict, no problem either way.
Okay.
Copy all. I will update our now growing crew preferences sheet. Thank you. Back with views aboard Orion as the crew continues their midday meal. NASA astronaut Victor Glover having completed his exercise. Cleaning up in space. Obviously, we do not have showers aboard the Orion spacecraft.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, getting a live look inside the Orion spacecraft. They are still...
Integrity toilet will be available throughout the LOS.
The crew is timelined in their midday meal right now. Obviously, they have mostly finished eating, but the ground teams also let them know they should have some great views of the moon and the Earth outside of their windows, should they choose to take pictures at this time. As we saw earlier, there are also timelined wastewater dumps from Orion, and during that time, the crew is instructed to not use the toilet. So the crew is about to go into an LOS, loss of signal, while they're on the Deep Space Network, and the ground teams here were calling to let them know that there will be no wastewater dumps scheduled during that time, so they'll be able to use the toilet as they need. This view outside the Orion spacecraft, you can see those solar arrays positioning. And a reminder, you can keep up with where Orion is at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. Currently, the spacecraft is 122,500 miles away from Earth and 146,000 miles away from the moon. Up next on the Artemis II crew's timeline today will be the CPR demo. Ground teams have requested that as the crew conducts this demonstration with choking and CPR responses in the cabin, that they configure one of the cameras for recording. They'll be able to use the footage captured for this for future training use. We are 2 days, 1 hour, 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, the first flight of crew aboard Orion. The spacecraft now 123,000 miles away from Earth. You're getting a live look inside the capsule as our 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, and Christina Cook, are wrapping up their midday meal, getting the opportunity to take photos out the window of Earth and the Moon. We are in an LOS period, loss of signal from the ground side. This was tracked and communicated to the crew. However, we do receive communications from the crew members. Obviously, we have their live video right now. Inside Orion, you see they have dimmed the cabin lights. They have this option to allow them to get better views outside the window so there aren't any reflections from that lighting onto the windows. Being that we are 123 miles away from Earth and that distance continuing to grow, we are 145,000 miles away from the Moon, and I think I previously said 123 miles from Earth. That's 123,000. So we are getting closer to that halfway point between the Earth and the Moon. We look forward to the opportunity to share some of these pictures that they are taking today, along with everything else during the mission. We did receive some beautiful images this morning from the crew as they departed Earth after the translunar injection burn yesterday. You can follow NASA on social media at NASA or at NASA Artemis to see these pictures as we receive them. This is Artemis Mission Control. Clearly what you have on your screen is a visualization. We are in a loss of signal with the Artemis II crew and the Orion spacecraft. This was a tracked LOS while we are on the Deep Space Network. We expect to regain communications shortly. In the meantime, the crew using some of their lunch break to photograph Earth and the moon outside of the cabin windows. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time of 2 days, 1 hour, 26 minutes of the flight of Artemis II. Our crew members aboard have wrapped up their midday meals. They are now moving into the CPR demo. This allows the crew to practice how they would practice CPR should they ever have the need aboard the Orion spacecraft. They will record this for the flight teams here on Earth to analyze and use as future training. You also just saw some movement on the camera. They were moving the solar array wings into the safe harbor position. This is what we do when we expect any movement inside the spacecraft, whether that be exercise or something like this CPR demo. We won't have inside views during the CPR demo.
Houston, integrity in the blind. We are in 4100 coast default. 4 arrays are safe. Beginning the CPR demo now.
And if you heard that call from Commander Reed Wiseman, he says in the blind, not knowing whether we can hear them or not because we recently experienced a loss of signal or an LOS. Obviously, we did hear that call from the crew. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The crew aboard Orion conducting their CPR demo, learning how they would offer CPR to a crew member in need if the need ever arose on the spacecraft. Of course, this is just a demonstration and it will be used for future training for future flyers. Another consideration when we fly in space are solar eruptions. Between the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, the solar eruptions were a near miss for our lunar explorers. Today, those Apollo-era flares serve as a reminder of the threat of radiation exposure for astronauts in space, as well as technology. So understanding and predicting these solar eruptions is crucial for our safe exploration. We now have data, technology, and resources available that have improved, which enable advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection. These are all key to NASA's Artemis program to return human astronauts to the moon.
It's August 1972, and Ian Richardson, a future NASA scientist, is watching TV when the BBC announces
the interference is caused by solar activity.
He didn't know it then, but the sun had just erupted in one of the most powerful solar events ever recorded. There was no threat to humans because Earth's magnetic field deflects much of the sun's radiation. But the explosions were so powerful that intense radiation disrupted TV signals and caused radio blackouts. So what if you were outside Earth's magnetic field? On the moon and beyond, astronauts face the risk of extreme radiation exposure. Luckily, the intense radiation in 1972 occurred right between the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, when no astronauts were in their path. As NASA plans missions to go back to the moon and then onto Mars, predicting the sun's activity to protect astronauts from space radiation is one of our biggest priorities.
One of the biggest unknown factors about going to space is the radiation hazard from the sun.
This is Ian today, studying the effects of the sun, also known as the field of heliophysics.
The sun is always emitting radiation like the light we see, but certain energetic particles, like from the August 1972 events, can be far more harmful.
To be able to forecast solar energetic particles, we need to know how the sun energizes them. The sun is made up of electrically charged particles called plasma. As this plasma moves, it builds up energy inside its massive magnetic field. This energy is usually released in two types of explosions. Flares are intense flashes of light. Coronal mass ejections are giant eruptions of solar material.
These solar eruptions send shock waves across the solar system, accelerating particles as they go.
These are solar energetic particles, or SEPs. They consist mainly of protons and possess a lot of energy that can affect satellite measurements and humans.
SEPs can bombard you with a lot of radiation in a short period of time. They can penetrate your skin, damage your DNA, and increase your chances of getting cancer and radiation sickness.
But they don't occur with every solar eruption. Only a small number of flares and coronal mass ejections create SEPs.
So we're trying to predict when SEPs form and how they travel through space.
At NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, the Community Coordinated Modeling Center, or CCMC, is dedicated to testing prediction models. Working with global partners, they use data from NASA satellites at different vantage points and models to figure out how solar explosions behave, including how shock waves energize SEPs. And as we get better at predicting, we get more time to prepare.
Preparation for an SEP event, of which you may know that is already coming, and perhaps the magnitude as well, the technique that you would want to use is to put as much mass between you and the source.
On the surface of the moon or Mars, astronauts can go underground or build shelter with local materials. But in transit, astronauts can only be protected with what's on the spacecraft.
Which means that you might have elements on a spacecraft that have multiple purposes.
NASA's space radiation specialists are testing different ways to do this. One strategy they tested on the Orion spacecraft involves crew members barricading themselves with as much mass as possible in the center of the spacecraft. Other possible techniques in development include vests that add mass and electrically charged surfaces that deflect particles.
In terms of radiation protection and radiation mitigation, the factor of time is extraordinarily important.
The sun has a natural 11-year cycle that transitions through low and high activity, which is indicated by the number of sunspots on the surface. More sunspots mean more eruptions, resulting in a higher risk for SCPs. But during this increased solar activity, the sun's magnetic field strengthens, enhancing its shield against another important source of radiation, galactic cosmic rays. These are charged particles traveling at nearly the speed of light that are thought to come from supernova explosions from within our galaxy and possibly further out in the universe. If solar energetic particles are intense sporadic storms, then galactic cosmic rays are a constant drizzle. Galactic cosmic rays are more sparse, but also much more energetic. They include heavier elements that can penetrate through vast amounts of materials. Understanding the rate of galactic cosmic rays helps us determine how much time astronauts can spend in space safely. To date, humans have only been on the lunar surface for a cumulative total of about 12 days. A trip to Mars will take 6 to 10 months each way. That means even more radiation exposure, and so NASA is doing work to prepare for that.
The moon is going to be a test bed for us in order to be able to prepare for Mars. The more that we understand the impact and the duration of radiation on the moon, the more we can extrapolate that to the length of time that we will be spending in transit and on the surface of Mars.
You're looking at a live view of the outside of the Orion spacecraft. Specifically in this frame, you can see the European Service Module and the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. And in the video we just watched about deep space radiation, you saw some team members demonstrating how they could use cargo transfer bags to help protect a crew from radiation exposure. That is something that this crew will test out as well. On Flight Day 8, they have a radiation shelter demo timelined. During that time, the crew will build a makeshift radiation shelter within the cabin and prepare the lockers on the spacecraft for ingress. Of course, this is just a demonstration and practice in case it were to be needed for a future mission. Orion is currently traveling 3,246 miles per hour, 125,130 miles from Earth, and 144,220 miles away from the Moon. If you're just tuning in with us today, we were expecting to have the outbound trajectory correction burn this afternoon. However, that burn was canceled as it was deemed unnecessary following such a precise translunar injection burn yesterday. Teams confirmed we are on the proper trajectory to send us around the Moon and bring the crew home on Flight Day 10 with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. So they were able to cancel the outbound trajectory correction burn. And according to Christina Cook, the crew was able to enjoy a snow day. This is Artemis Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, but you'll see a lot of activity happening in the room as the Orbit 2 team comes in to begin at their shift. Of course, Mission Control is staffed 24/7 while in flight with Orion. And just down the hall, we have the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which has been staffed 24/7 now for over 25 years. Integrity Houston, comm check, back with you on DSN.
We have you loud and clear.
Fantastic.
And Houston, we are complete with CPR demo if you want to get everything back to normal after that.
We copy. Thanks, Christina. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We have reestablished communications with the crew after an unexpected loss of communication through the Deep Space Network. We are now back in full communication with them. The crew reported they just completed their CPR demo. Again, just a practice of how they would execute CPR in the Orion cabin if need be. They were able to film this and will share it with the ground after their flight. And this view on your screen coming from a camera mounted on one of Orion's 4 solar arrays. Each solar array wing has its own camera, and this one is currently pointed back to see all of us on Earth. Wave hello, you look great today.
And Houston, we're just curious about toilet. Is it off, hands off right now?
Integrity, toilet is go for use.
Okay, integrity copies.
This live view inside Orion of the Artemis II crew.
Integrity feedback on your camera position. For your information, the top third of the flags is not visible. And now where you're placing the flags, I can see all of them. On the bottom part of the image, I can see about midway on Christina's calves, and I can see Victor's head and the camera to the in the right side of the field of view from the perspective of this camera. Copy thumbs. Looks great. Christina is well centered in the frame.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, the Orbit 1 team is handing over to the Orbit 2 team, now arriving on console. A live look inside Mission Control. We are now 2 days, 2 hours, and 35 minutes mission elapsed time since Orion launched atop the Space Launch System from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our Artemis II crew is well on their way to the moon, now 127,840 miles from Earth and continuing to grow as the distance to the moon shrinks, currently 142,294 miles away. This a live view from a camera on the solar array wing on Orion, looking back at the spacecraft, and over there on the right side of your screen, home sweet home, our planet Earth. Earlier today, we were expecting to conduct the outbound trajectory correction burn. However, because our translunar injection burn yesterday was so precise, that outbound trajectory correction burn today was canceled, considering it not needed. As the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams hand over, I am also handing over the Public Affairs console to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. She'll be continuing our live coverage. Again, we're here 24/7 throughout the mission, all the way through splashdown and recovery of our astronauts.
Houston Integrity, can you please verify toilet is available?
Integrity toilet is available. Go for use.
Thank you.
Integrity Houston, just wanting to let you know that we are going through our flight control room handover. I am bidding you farewell and appreciate getting the opportunity to support you thus far. And I'm leaving you in the amazing, capable hands of your favorite CTO. Have a good night.
Good night, Chris. It was a great day working with you, and safe travels. Enjoy training.
Integrity Houston, voice check on 1. We're setting up for S-band DFQ.
We missed that call, Houston. Can you repeat?
Yeah, we were doing some setup in prep for the sat mode DFTO and needed to do a quick voice check, and we had you loud and clear.
We have you the same, and I have 21.1.10 up on DU3 lower, and I am ready whenever you are. Please give us a call when you're ready.
And Victor, we copy you are ready for the DFTO. As we mentioned earlier, we'll delay it about 30 minutes from the start. So 20 minutes from now, you can expect a call up that we're ready to get going.
That sounds great. It's good to hear your voice, Jackie. How are we doing so far?
It's great to talk with you, and doing great. Keep it up.
Hey there, Jackie.
Hey, Jackie, it's so good to hear your voice.
Mojave.
Houston integrity for acoustic monitor question.
Go ahead for acoustic monitor.
Hey, Jackie, I am doing my activity for the DFTO of the toilet acoustic monitoring. It's from earlier today, and the acoustic monitor is acting strangely. The battery was not indicating low. It was a yellow outline with a green interior. However, the acoustic monitor turns itself off often. It's hard to get past even the first menu or into the recording. I think I'll go ahead and try changing out the batteries just in case, but I wanted to let you know in case you have any ideas.
Okay, Christina, we copy on the acoustic monitor. We agree that trying to change out the batteries is a good first step, and we'll think about whether we have any other advice in case that does not work.
Copy, thanks.
Houston integrity for AGA and exercise.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, confirm you all are ready for Jeremy to start his exercise block.
Hey, great question. Thank you for checking. We still have a couple of things to configure before we're ready for active exercise.
Okay, if you're ready, I'll give you AGA readings, and then you can call us when it's time for exercise.
Send it.
Starter CO2 is 2.0, O2 19.7. Cabin pressure is 14.1, and temp is 76.1.
Houston copies. Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and have completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team. The Orbit 2 team on console is being led by Flight Director Paul Kanya. And next to the Flight Director there on your screen, you can see the Capcom or capsule communicator, who is Jackie Mahaffey, and she is the individual that is communicating directly with the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon as part of the Artemis II mission. Jackie Mahaffey also served as the Artemis II training lead, so she has worked pretty closely with both the crew and the flight control teams as they prepared for this Artemis II mission. We are now 2 days, 2 hours, and 54 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern on April 1st. The Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew, is currently about 128,000 miles away from Earth and has about 141,000 miles between it and the moon.
HHP views, Jeremy's about to start exercise. He's okay with that. Up to you, though.
We copied. Stand by. And you just heard some communication there from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the Orion spacecraft, down to the team here in Mission Control Houston. They have been discussing some upcoming exercise activities. So on the timeline, CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, is scheduled to complete his daily exercise, and then Christina will complete her exercise as well. The crew uses a device known as the flywheel on board the Orion spacecraft to complete that exercise every day. While Christina and Jeremy complete their exercise, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is also scheduled to complete a SATBAN, or a search, acquire, and track, DFTO, or developmental flight test objective. And then a little bit later in the day, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and NASA astronaut Victor Glover will also complete some checkouts of medical devices. And then all 4 crew members will work to complete some pre-lunar flyby cabin configurations as they continue on into their day. And currently on your screen, you are seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or AROW, A-R-O-W. This website is available to the public at all times at nasa.gov/trackartemis. And we provide this view when we don't have live views from the Orion spacecraft itself, but using this view, you can see the real-time data and telemetry coming from the spacecraft. Integrity Houston for timeline, big picture this afternoon.
Go ahead.
Hey, we are wrapping our arms around some of the different DFTOs, the maneuvers that they require, the solar array configs that they require, and the fact that we have shifted the S-band DFTO a little bit relative to the planned exercise. So bottom line, we are not going to go for any exercise prior to the S-band sat mode DFTO. And during that DFTO itself, we go to VLDR, so we do not want the streaming setup from Orion integrity because we don't have the bandwidth for it. After S-band sat mode DFTO, there will be a bit of a window to get exercise in, and then once we head into the EMERCOM DFTO and D5 camera imaging maneuvers, we will need to stand down from exercise again. How copy?
Copy all.
All right, and we still expect to pick up with sat mode in 10 minutes.
Okay, we copy. Standing by for sat plane mode DFTO in 10 minutes.
Integrity Houston for Victor and the SAT mode DFTO.
I'm with you, Jackie.
Hey, we are ready for you to get going in that procedure. One answer for you in step 5.2, instruction 68. The answer will be yes, you would like to do that type of maneuver.
Yeah, Jackie, I'm sorry. We're sharing PCDs up here, and so I currently don't have one. I'm operating off of DU3 only. But Weed has one and a pencil out now. Can you just repeat that whole transmission?
Yep, and I think this is one we should have comms so we could also remind you right beforehand. But in instruction 68, the question is, will maneuver be a rotation around the biased tail to sun vector? And the answer is yes.
Okay, we copy. Thank you. Any other data I need before I get started with this procedure?
Nope, that's it, and we're ready for you to begin.
Copy and confirm you have step 1.
Concur, step 1 is complete, and we're ready for you in 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You have been hearing some communications between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot on board the Orion spacecraft, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who is currently Jackie Mahaffey, which you can see there in the center of your screen. Victor is currently working through a SAT mode DFTO, or a search, acquire, and tracking mode developmental flight test objective. During this DFTO, Victor is working to reconfigure the S-band communication system on board the Orion spacecraft. The Orion S-band communication system provides functionality of 4 radios in one, and allows communication with multiple space vehicles, as well as NASA's Near Space Network, NASA's TDRS system, and the NASA's Deep Space Network. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is working off of the Deep Space Network.
Houston Integrity commanding S-band to SAT encrypted pointing mode.
Houston copies, we're ready.
Houston integrity and instruction 46. Ping, good. Baseband processor frame is locked. It was 2 minutes 45 seconds. Checking with you to proceed to step 4.
Houston, we have you loud and clear. We're ready for step 4. And Victor, could you read the instruction number of your step 4, please?
Step 4, titled Test 1, testing sat mode receive link recovery capability, is instruction 43.
Okay, thanks. That is what we had. I think I misheard an earlier instruction call from you. Thanks.
That may have been just me telling you I was on the instruction that said to check with MCC, and that was a couple of instructions back. Houston integrity ready for receive link loss of signal.
Integrity, we copy. From the ground, we will implement the loss of signal. You can expect a 5 to 10 minute LOS and expect you may see your antennas cycling through looking for the signal.
Copy all, and we're watching.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. On board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity, NASA astronaut Victor Glover continues to work through the SAT mode DFTO, or the Search, Acquire, and Tracking Developmental Flight Test Objective. And he has been coordinating the steps and procedures between the team here in Mission Control Houston, namely the Capcom, or capsule communicator, who is currently Jackie Mahaffey. Of course, there's many other console positions here in Mission Control, but they all flow their information through the Capcom, and they serve as the single voice link. So for this particular developmental flight test objective, one of the main console positions working all of the objectives is the INCO position, and that stands for Instrumentation and Communication Officer, and they are responsible for managing the communication systems of the Orion vehicle, including the phased array antennas, baseband, signal processors, and audio systems. Working alongside the INCO console position for this developmental flight test objective is the GC, or Ground Control Officer. And that position manages the team that maintains and operates ground and network facilities, including voice systems, building systems, redundant power systems, and more. And there you're currently seeing a live look inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, and it's actually just down the hall in the same building as the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which is continuing to monitor the operations of the International Space Station and that crew. So currently there are 2 different NASA crews flying in space. Of course, the Orion spacecraft and its crew, comprised of NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, on board the Orion spacecraft on its way to the moon. Yesterday, they completed the translunar injection burn, or TLI burn, which set it on its path towards the moon and back on a free return trajectory, and they are currently about 130,000 miles away from the Earth and about 140,000 miles away from the moon, so they're about halfway.
Houston integrity. I am holding in instruction 59. Checking with you to proceed to step 5. We are good and locked at about 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Victor, we have you loud and clear as well, and we are ready for you to proceed to step 5.
Copy, picking up step 5, instruction 62, test 2, testing sat mode, tracking through maneuver. you want us 07 to go to step 595.
Victor, we had you loud and a little choppy, but copied. You're ready to proceed to step 5.5, and we are ready.
Houston integrity comm check.
Integrity Houston, we have you a little quiet, but clear.
Awesome, and that one, it was only, it went back to locked and ping good in just seconds. It was definitely not minutes.
Houston copies.
And Houston integrity instruction 136, desire to exit sat mode early. How would you like me to answer that question?
Yep, we would like you to answer yes. We'll go ahead and try to buy back a little bit of time by not waiting for those bailouts.
You broke up right when you gave me the important data, yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Copy exiting sat mode early. Houston integrity commanding SD pointing.
Houston copies. You're commanding S-band to GNC pointing.
Houston integrity, sat pointing mode DFTO is complete.
Houston copies. We have a little cleanup from the ground, but that was an excellent test of that system. Things went very well. And we will work to get things in a config that supports exercise and let you know when that's the case.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communications between NASA astronaut Victor Glover on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, Jackie Mahaffey, as Victor was completing a developmental flight test objective for the SAT or search, acquire, and tracking pointing mode. And during this objective, Victor...
One for a quick science observation.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, while Ike was busy doing that DFTO, he inadvertently put the moon directly in the center of the docking hatch, and we took some long lens photos, and we can see all of Oriental and maybe even a bit of the annular ring. So we know we aren't in Earth orbit, low Earth orbit anymore.
Some faces just lit up at the science console, and we appreciate the call and look forward to the photos.
We'll put them in the PAO now, Linky. Thanks.
And Houston integrity, just finalizing the DFTO. Something that was not cleaned up in the procedure. Maybe it's a part of your ground cleanup, but we put seats 1 through 4 in listen on OE2. Just wanted to know if you're going to clean that up or if I should command them back to the way the procedure started.
Do we think seats 1 through 4 were in listen on OE2 to start with? Was that what you were asking about?
Hey, firm. Yeah, the procedure commanded them to listen. I actually don't remember what they started. I thought I saw them in something other than listen. I thought they were in off, but I'm not sure. If you're happy with them the way they're configured now, I will leave it alone.
Yep, we are happy with the current config. Thanks for checking.
Again, this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. NASA astronaut Victor Glover just completed the SAT mode or search, acquire, and tracking pointing mode developmental flight test objective and was cleaning up some of the tasks associated with that activity. During that, we also heard a call down from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission. He noted that they were getting a good view of the moon, and he was able to capture some still imagery of that. So hopefully in the next day or so, we'll be able to see some of that imagery and share it with the world. The team here in Mission Control is also working to reconfigure some of the spacecraft so that CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen can complete his scheduled daily exercise using the flywheel device.
Integrity Houston for Christina and acoustic monitor.
Go ahead. And also, before we start into that, can you verify toilets go?
Checking. Christina, toilet is go. We are okay giving you a blanket go for the toilet at this point. We will call you if we need you to have a period of stand down.
Okay, thank you. We copy that. And so does that mean we can disregard any no-use bans that are on Optimus? And I actually haven't checked Optimus, but we are going to completely go on the operating principle of we are good unless you have told us not?
Christina, affirm. You can ignore the toilet unavailable for wastewater dumps in the crew band, and we'll try to have a little better story for you tomorrow morning on the rationale and what the plan will be going forward. For acoustic monitor, we were checking on if the battery change helped, and if not, we had a couple other ideas.
Yes, Jackie, I was just waiting on that DFTO to be over to give you a call about it. Changed out the batteries, had the same issue, but kind of persisted, and what was happening was it was just turning off randomly at different times, but usually very early on in the record process, and never actually was successful recording. I continued to try, did a couple hard restarts, taking out batteries, putting them back, and eventually was able to get all 5 sample locations recorded. I did do them individually just to make sure that I got the 5 recordings and didn't lose them all if it shut down in the middle of one. Will that be okay?
Christina, that sounds great. Thank you for wrangling the batteries. And a little bit of intel we had was that sometimes those batteries do have difficulty seating. So maybe one of the swap outs helped a little. But if in future activities it continues to be a struggle, there is an option to power via the PCD. So just let us know.
Perfect. I had noticed that connector, and I was going to ask about that as well. At the time I put it away, it was acting pretty good. So maybe that battery reseat was the magic answer. Thanks for the insight, and I think we can call this one good.
Sounds great. Christina, one more follow-up on the acoustic monitor. When you recorded the toilet, did you do it by opening the lid or pulling the funnel off?
Funnel.
Houston copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is one of the mission specialists aboard the Orion spacecraft, and the Capcom or capsule communicator, which you can see there on the center of your screen, Jackie Mahaffey. Christina is currently working through another developmental flight test objective related to the toilet acoustics. So as part of this objective, they're collecting some acoustic or sound data related to the toilet on board the Orion spacecraft to evaluate the operational sound levels.
Integrity Houston, for exercise, arrays and ARS are configured. You are go for exercise. And let us know if you'd be willing for us to come on board.
Okay, Jackie. Yeah, you're welcome on board. We did go ahead and set up the Z9 for the T-shirt shroud activity, but I think we can put something back together for you.
Jeremy, for clarification, are you reporting that you completed the Z9 shroud build, or were you in the middle of it and would need to tear down to set up cameras?
No, it's just that I took down the HHP camera to use the articulating arm for the Z9, and I wasn't sure, that wasn't a pink activity, a flexible activity, so I wasn't sure if we were going to have something in that window during that period to test this out or not.
Jeremy, it was absolutely okay to set up the Z9 shroud early, and really it's just a spatial logistics check there, so we didn't need a particular target, and if you are happy with how you would set that up on the flyby day, then you are welcome to take whatever you need to set up other cameras.
Okay, understood. It's a little bit hard to test how effective the shroud is, and if the shroud gets in the way of the lens. That's a short lens, the 35 millimeter lens, and so until we have a target to take a picture or two of, it's going to be a bit tricky to know.
Houston copies.
And this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. There is some communication there between CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control, discussing a Z9 shroud. That was a timelined activity for the day, where Jeremy was assessing a makeshift shroud setup for the upcoming lunar flyby scheduled for flight day 6 to help capture better sunrise and sunset imagery and avoid some glares on the window. This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 2 days, 3 hours, and 52 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center on April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. The crew has, of course, been capturing a ton of imagery during their mission, and this image there on your screen is a recent image that was uploaded and shared publicly. It was captured by the crew on the second flight day of the mission, and it shows the Orion spacecraft there in the foreground with the moon in its distance, and it was captured by a camera on the tip of one of its solar array wings, or SAW. And there are 4 cameras, one on each of the 4 solar arrays, that have been capturing imagery throughout, and they often provide our live views as well. So now, on flight day 3, the Orion spacecraft is about 139,000 miles away from the moon, so a little bit closer since yesterday, and it will continue to close in on that target, the moon, with the lunar flyby and closest approach being made on flight day 6.
Houston, please confirm good video.
Hey, we are going to do an ACU swap, and oh, we got good video, but just know we're going to lose voice for a minute while we do ACU swap.
And there on your screen, you're now seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Again, that spacecraft was named Integrity by its crew. And so you can see a live look as the 4 crew members, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, along with CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, work through the remainder of their activities for their day as they are starting to round out flight day 3. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Victor Glover there.
Integrity, Houston, voice check after ACU config.
Houston, we have you loud and clear after ACU swap.
Great, we have you the same, and a little bit of clarification. It was not a swap. That was my mistake on words, but it was some reconfiguration after the DFTO.
And there you can see NASA astronaut Jeremy Hansen giving a thumbs up to the screen, acknowledging the words that just came up from Capcomer capsule communicator Jackie Mahaffey here in the room, who you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Also, in the live view inside the Orion spacecraft, you can see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen as he sets up to complete his daily exercise using the flywheel device. The flywheels uses a series of pulleys along with a torque limiter, which is encased in a frame about the size of an extra large shoebox, which functions like a rowing machine. And so each of the crew members typically has a scheduled block of exercise time each day, and so Reed and Victor have already completed their exercise for the day, and then Jeremy and Christina will complete it now in the second half of the day.
And Houston, from integrity, just since it's been a while, the CO2 reading is 1.2 at the start of exercise.
Houston copies. And this is Artemis Mission Control. There on your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook floating into view and now disappearing out of view again. And then on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can also see a view inside Mission Control here in Houston, and that is the Capcom console. And next to that is the flight director console. So the flight director for the Orbit 2 ship, which is currently on console, is Flight Director Paul Kanya. The Capcom or capsule communicator is Jackie Mahaffey. And then also joining Jackie on the Capcom console is NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. There on the center of your screen, you can see Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen as he uses the flywheel exercise device. To use this device, the crew places a strap between their feet, and then they pull on the strap, which allows them to perform different types of exercises, including aerobic, resistive, and rowing exercises. By strapping their feet against the footplate of the device, they can also use the bar to perform exercises such as bicep curls, bent over rows, and deadlifts. And then using a harness, the crew can also perform exercises such as squats and calf raises. Each of the crew members completes daily exercise, and it's an essential requirement for human spaceflight missions because without consistent exercise routines, the zero gravity environments can cause a reduction in muscle mass and bone density. Similar to the International Space Station, the crew there also completes daily exercise using different devices because they have a little bit more room to work with. So on the International Space Station, they have an ARED machine, which is a resistive exercise device, a treadmill type machine, as well as a bicycle that they rotate between depending on
the surgeon prescribed exercise routines for their missions. But here on the Orion spacecraft, they have the single exercise device known as the flywheel, which you see there, which can, of course, perform a variety of different exercises.
What was your flight note number?
Integrity Houston. We are going to put in work a wastewater dump. Toilet is no-go. We'll take a thumbs up if you copy. Copy thumbs.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 2 days, 4 hours, and 23 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a liftoff at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew is currently awake and working through their timelined activities for the day. Canadian Space Agency, or CSA, astronaut Jeremy Hansen is currently completing his daily exercise. There's also some checkouts of medical devices taking place. And then earlier in the day, the crew also completed a CPR demonstration. And then originally planned for today was an outbound trajectory correction burn, but it was determined that that burn was no longer needed due to the accuracy of the TLI, or translunar injection burn, which took place yesterday, April 2nd. The next burn on this outbound journey to the moon is scheduled for flight day 4, and that will be the outbound trajectory correction 2 burn. Coming up, the crew will also complete some lunar cabin configurations, and then they will have a public affairs event before they have some private medical conferences, as well as a private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control, which is currently Paul Kanya, leading the Orbit 2 team, and then they will get ready for their pre-sleep and sleep activities and then head into their sleep time. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. This website is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis, and you can continuously monitor Orion's data and telemetry on its way to the moon. So the Orion spacecraft is currently about 133,000 miles away from Earth and about 138,000 miles away from the moon, so about halfway between both.
Houston, integrity on 1 for hygiene towel quantities.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, can you confirm that we have 20 total, or do we have 5 total?
Checking. Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled ECLIS caution related to the wastewater dump, and we'll look at it from the ground.
Copy that.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're currently seeing a live look again inside the Orion spacecraft. In the center of the screen is NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is serving as one of the two mission specialists on the Artemis II mission. She's currently completing her planned daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device, which operates similar to a rowing machine but can complete different types of exercises, including resistive and aerobic exercises. Integrity Houston for a hygiene towel answer.
Go ahead.
There are, in fact, 20 total towels on board. You can find more in Locker Echo, Purple Bag 15, and they are hiding inside unused fecal canisters.
Okay, outstanding. Thanks, Jackie.
And you just heard some communication there between the Capcom or capsule communicator here, Mission Control Jackie Mahaffey, and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they were working to track down or count some hygiene towels. Here in Mission Control, the console responsible for some of those items is known as IVA, or the Intravehicular Activity Console, and they are responsible for supporting the astronauts and their activities inside the Orion spacecraft. And this flight controller monitors the crew's well-being, and they also provide suit support, hygiene, and internal crew support tasks throughout the mission.
Houston integrity timeline question for lunar cabin config.
Go ahead.
Hey, with the delays to exercise, curious if you have thoughts on how we handle the pre-lunar flyby cabin config, or we can make a suggestion if you need one.
Hey, Victor, we'd like to hear your suggestion. We've been talking a little bit about the timeline and priorities for the rest of the day, and we know it's going to be a squeeze. What you thinking?
We'd like to finish the exercise and delay starting that cabin config, if that's okay with the science team.
And Victor, when you say delay, do you have a time estimate for us? We're just looking ahead at some of the blue box activities and thinking ahead to the rest of the shuffle.
Yeah, we were thinking 10 minutes, but that's why if you have a recommendation, we will take your recommendation.
integrity, Houston, for timeline. We are okay with sliding the lunar flyby cabin config about 10 minutes to the right. We do want to aim to give you that full duration of that activity, but we'd like it to be complete by the start of the DSN EMERCOM DFTO. It's going to be most useful to do that activity together.
Yep, that's what we were planning, and then if we need to throw a couple of minutes into lunar flyby cabin config later, we might call you back about doing that too. But okay, we'll slide it to the right 10 minutes, and we'll be done by DSN EMERCOM checkout.
Sounds like a plan.
This is Artemis Mission Control. There on the far left hand of your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who has been communicating directly with Mission Control here in Houston regarding some of their timelined activities for the remainder of the day. Namely, they've been discussing an upcoming lunar flyby cabin configuration.
A couple more pieces of data for you on the timeline shuffle. The avatar photo and toilet maintenance are flexible, so we don't have a concern with you pushing into that time. You could pull the avatar forward. The second person does not necessarily have to be Christina. Copy, come.
And they were discussing moving the lunar flyby cabin configuration. During this particular activity, the crew will develop and document an ideal configuration of the Orion spacecraft internal cabin for the lunar flyby observation period, which will take place on flight day 6. And they will deploy various cameras and equipment that will be used during the flyby, and also work to adjust the spacecraft's lighting and positioning of each crew member to ensure once they make it to that flyby on flight day 6 that everything is well set up and thought out and placed, so that they don't have to worry about trying to figure out where all those cameras and equipment will be going on that actual flight day itself. There was also mention of some activities related to Avatar, and this refers to a science investigation flying on Artemis II. Avatar stands for a virtual astronaut tissue analog response, and it is an investigation that is using organ-on-a-chip devices, or organ chips, to study the effects of increased radiation and microgravity on human health.
Houston integrity for AGA.
We're ready.
CO2 is 1.1. Do you need anything else?
Hey, Christina, we copy CO2, and we will take the other main constituents there.
Okay, everything is off scale low. Otherwise, oxygen 19.7, pressure 14.05, temperature 75.7 Fahrenheit.
Christina, we copy, and just a follow-up on that, we are pretty interested in keeping tabs on the temperature, so that's why we'll continue to ask for that full suite. And also, the wastewater dump is complete, and toilet is go.
Copy all. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. We were wondering, since you mentioned temperature, I did want to clarify that the side of the vehicle that AGA is on is much warmer than the other side where the vents are, the diffusers are. So just mentioning for your awareness that we feel that temperature isn't necessarily consistent across the vehicle.
All right, Christina, thank you for that insight. That is really helpful.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft, and also seen there in the center of your screen. She just wrapped up some of her daily exercises in the flywheel device, and then she was also calling down to the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control to provide an update on some AGA or anomaly gas analyzer readings. And these readings are provided periodically throughout the day, and they are monitored and tracked by the EECOM, which stands for Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager here in Mission Control, and they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems. And the equivalent to that position in the International Space Station Flight Control Room just down the hall is Ethos. They were also talking about some wastewater dump, the Universal Waste Management System, or basically the space toilet on the Orion spacecraft. And the space toilet, or the Universal Waste Management System, typically dumps that wastewater every day overboard. It's vented overboard, much like what happened during the space shuttle era. Now the crew is going to start working on their pre-lunar flyby cabin configuration activity, so they're going to be deploying some cameras and other equipment that they plan to use during the flyby on flight day 6 to just ensure that they know where everything should be set up, where it should go, and where each crew member should be stationed for that observation period. And we're currently about 2 days, 4 hours, and 51 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The Orion spacecraft carrying the 4 crew members who you currently see on your screen are about 134,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 137,000 miles between them and the moon. So pretty soon they will actually be closer to the moon than they are to Earth, and we do expect them to pass that milestone in about 31 minutes.
Houston, integrity on 1 for lunar flyby setup.
Go ahead.
If you still have the HHP, we're wondering, in Jeremy's position, if he's looking out the window there, will the moon be right side up or upside down?
We have a great view. We'll checking.
Alternatively, is the north pole of the moon going to be in the vehicle plus X direction?
Yeah, we're going to go with the first way you worded the question and say affirm it's upside down in the position Jeremy is in right now.
So if he flips over, it'll be right side up.
That's how it works.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 2 days, 5 hours, and 3 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a live look inside the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity, and it was named Integrity by its crew. The crew is currently working through a pre-lunar flyby cabin configuration activity. All 4 of them are working to deploy various cameras and equipment that will be used during the flyby, which is planned for flight day 6 of the mission. They'll also be adjusting the spacecraft's lighting and positioning of each crew member to ensure that all of the equipment, cameras, as well as the individual placement of each of them works and will be seamless during the flyby observation period. After this cabin configuration activity is complete, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who you currently see on the left-hand side of your screen, will then work on a Deep Space Network Emergency Communications DFTO, or Developmental Flight Test Objective, and during this test objective, Christina will conduct a checkout of the emergency communications system while connected to the Deep Space Network. The Deep Space Network, or DSN, is NASA's international array of giant radio antennas that support interplanetary spacecraft missions, plus a few that orbit Earth, and it provides radar and radio astronomy observations that can improve our understanding of the solar system and the larger universe. And there you can see on your screen that the crew just turned out the lights on the Orion spacecraft. So now it's quite dark, and again, they are adjusting the lighting as part of that lunar flyby cabin configuration activity so that they can test the lighting as well as all of the camera equipment that will be used during the lunar flyby. And there on your screen now you can see an exterior view of the Orion spacecraft, and this view is coming to you from one of the solar array wing or SAW cameras on the Orion spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings, and each of those wings has its own camera that provides various views throughout the mission.
Houston Integrity, just one note for PCDs. We're going to need to route power cables since we're down to 3 PCDs, so just keep that as a tracking item that we're going to need to do in the next day.
Houston copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard some communication related to a PCD. That stands for Portable Computing Devices, which are basically the tablets that each of the crew members uses to track their timeline and other various activities throughout the mission.
Integrity Houston, we know you're having some important conversations there. Wanted to let you know we're a couple minutes from the official start of the EMERCOM DFTO, but we could probably push that by 5 minutes or maybe up to 10 if you need it.
Okay, copy. I think we're wrapping this up now. I think we've learned a lot.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're once again seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. There in the center of your screen is NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and to the left is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. The crew is currently wrapping up a pre-lunar flyby cabin configuration activity, and during that activity they deployed several cameras and other equipment that will be used during the lunar flyby, which is planned for flight day 6. And they also adjusted the spacecraft's lighting and the positioning of each crew member. Following this activity, NASA astronaut Christina Cook will complete a Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Developmental Flight Test Objective, which will basically be a checkout of the emergency communication system on board the Orion spacecraft while connected to the Deep Space Network, which is an array of giant radio antennas that support interplanetary spacecraft missions. In addition to that activity, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover will also finish completing some checkouts of medical devices on board the Orion spacecraft. They did complete some of these checkouts earlier in the day, so they just need to wrap out a few final checkouts for that activity.
Integrity Houston, before we start the EMERCOM DFTO, we have a couple of timeline sync-up items to get you continuing on with the timeline while that DFTO is happening.
Go ahead.
Hey, Christina, for the avatar photo, while you are doing the historical photos, we'd also like you to take note of the lights, and if and when we've got either the EMERCOM or afterwards, just call down a quick light status for us. We didn't catch one this morning. And then second, I think we'd be interested in status on if folks got to the med device checkout at all yet. And with the trouble with the ECG this morning, we have uplinked message 3.03.06 ECG troubleshooting, and we would like that prioritized ahead of any remaining medical device checkout.
Okay, we can catch you up on some things. Medical device checkout is complete. Avatar photos are complete. For the avatar lights, they are all on, except for number 15.
We copy. And in that case, then the only other thing we'd be looking for is that message 3.3.6.
And POIC integrity for the avatar photos, those were taken about 2 hours ago.
Integrity Huntsville, we copy about 2 hours ago. Thanks so much.
And this is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. There was some communication there between NASA astronaut Christina Cook and the Capcom or capsule communicator here on the ground, discussing some of the remainder of the activities for the day. And so Christina will be supporting a Deep Space Network emergency communications test.
Integrity Houston, our team on the ground is ready to step into the emergency comm DFTO when you are. And for your information, a few minutes ago, we put in a EPS cross tie, just to cover us for some of the different attitudes we'll be in for the next couple of hours.
Copy, EPS cross tie is in for a couple hours, and I'm starting the EMERCOM DFTO now.
Copy. And Christina, I've got a couple of notes for you on the procedure when you're ready to copy.
Ready for your notes.
All right, a couple of nominal things to give you in the procedure itself. In instruction 15.1.5, you will want antenna 3. And in instruction 17.1.7, the answer is yes, we do want an attitude maneuver.
Copy all.
And then, Christina, the final item is we are going to transition directly from this activity into the next attitude for the D5 camera checkout. So if, when you get to step 11, to maneuver to bias tail to sun attitude, assuming that we have good comm with you, the ground is going to take the attitude commanding to that camera window attitude. If for some reason you have not reestablished comm with us, then we would like you to perform step 11.
Copy. I will stop in step 11 and talk with you if we have comm. Otherwise, I will continue the procedure as written.
Good, readback. And we are ready for you in step 2.
Copy. Skipping to step 2.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is currently working through the Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Developmental Flight Test Objective, during which she's basically conducting a checkout of that emergency communication system on Orion while connected to that Deep Space Network. And coming up in just a few moments, we will hit an important milestone in which the Orion spacecraft will officially be closer to the moon than from Earth.
And Integrity Houston, we have some news to share with you. As of 30 seconds ago, you are now closer to the moon than you are to us on Earth.
Wow, Jackie, thank you for sharing that with us. We all kind of had a collective, I guess, expression of joy at that. It's hard to imagine, but we can see here on our flight PFD that we are at 118,000 nautical miles. So, yeah, you can do the math. We can see the moon out of the docking hatch right now. It is a beautiful sight. We're seeing more and more of the far side, and it's just a thrill to be here.
Houston copies.
And there we just had that confirmation called up to the crew that the Orion spacecraft named Integrity and its crew, which you can currently see on your screen, are now officially closer to the moon than they are to Earth. This comes about 2 days, 5 hours, and 24 minutes following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center on April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Now, while they are officially closer to the moon than they are to Earth, they have not entered what is known as the lunar sphere of influence yet. That milestone will come on flight day 5. And when that milestone happens, that is when the moon, instead of the Earth, becomes the main gravitational force acting on the Orion spacecraft. And we're currently in an expected loss of signal. So right now you're seeing a live look inside the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control Houston.
And Houston integrity on 1 for toilet and that kind of burning odor smell that we were reporting on the ground.
Integrity Houston, we're having a little bit of a choppy comm. Can you repeat?
Yeah, Jackie, we just wanted to sync up with you. We know that there was some talk about some burnt smell from the heaters. Just stand by 1. Okay, Jackie, so this time we turned on the WHC on the toilet and it had that burning odor smell that we just hadn't experienced before. And so we just wanted to talk to you about it. We know we had a briefing on that.
Checking. Hey, Jeremy, on the toilet, we're actually scratching our heads a little bit down here tonight on the odor that you are referencing. So can you give us a little more clarity on it happened when it was running or not, and this is the first time that you have experienced it? Is that correct?
So the crew has smelt it once or twice before, but this time was stronger and was different. And we opened the door, everybody in the cabin could smell it. So we just thought we'd check in with you. We're not overly concerned right now. It's probably related to what we're told to expect, but we just wanted to have a quick conversation.
Jeremy, we're checking. Integrity Houston, we are pulling together the minds here to recall exactly what the pre-flight expectations were. In the meantime, we would like a quick AGA reading from its location.
And Jackie, all AGA readings are off scale low.
Houston copies. Thanks.
Jackie, for the EMERCOM DFTO, I am ready for your go in instruction 76. I understand we might be pausing to address this issue. And regarding the smell, I just wanted to be sure you all were tracking the EGS notes of the kind of burning heater smell that was coming from toilet several times. It was never identified as a source, what it exactly was, but it was identified as a known smell. So that's one reason why when I smelled it earlier, I didn't report it. It was kind of a lighter odor than this time, though.
Copy all, Christina, and yeah, we'll discuss at least for a few minutes here before we continue on with the EMERCOM DFTO. And yep, we are getting the information about the pre-flight smell now, so thanks. Integrity Houston, on Orion to Earth 1 for the toilet. We've discussed, based on the pre-flight reports and the AGA readings, we're going to continue discussing on the ground, but we are comfortable continuing with the emergency comm DFTO, and we are comfortable with you continuing to use the toilet.
Okay, understood, Jackie. No, that sounds reasonable to us.
Okay, and the final thing, we'll lose video during the EMERCOM DFTO, but just in case you're still working on ECG checkout when we get back, just please be mindful of screens being viewed by the HHP camera.
We copy, and with that, do I understand I have a go in instruction 76?
Christina, affirm you are go in 76, and when you unpower S-band, expect a caution, pry S-band fail.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. There was quite a bit of communication between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft, who you can see there on your screen, and the ground, namely the Capcom or capsule communicator position. They were discussing some odors, possibly related to the toilet system and some motors. And then they were also discussing resuming the Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Development Flight Test objective. So Christina continues to work on that. And then Reed and Victor have been wrapping up some medical device checkouts, including a checkout of an electrocardiogram or ECG device. And right now we're in an expected loss of signal. So you're seeing a live look inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. And this flight control room is just down the hallway from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. And currently on console is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. And during the mission, there are 3 shifts, which are known as orbits, that monitor the crew and its systems 24/7. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya, who you can see there on the upper right-hand side of your screen, and he is sitting next to the Capcom or capsule communicator for this shift, who is Jackie Mahaffey there in the center of your screen, and next to her is NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson, also sitting at the Capcom console. Coming up on the timeline, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is expected to complete a window optical quality developmental flight test objective. And during this objective, Victor will take out a D5 camera and take some images at different focal lengths of various subjects out of the windows, such as the Earth or Moon, to evaluate the optical effects of the windows on the Orion spacecraft on imagery. And then currently on your screen, you're seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbital website, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis. And this provides view of live data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft, especially when we don't have the live views of the Orion spacecraft itself. And just a few minutes ago, the Orion spacecraft and its crew did surpass a milestone of which they are now closer to the moon than they are to Earth. So you can see there in the bottom right-hand side of your screen that the Orion spacecraft is currently 137,000 miles away from Earth and about 135,000 miles away from the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis real-time orbit website on the left-hand side of your screen, which provides live real-time data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have live views from the spacecraft itself. We are currently in an expected loss of signal. And then in the bottom right-hand side of your screen is a look inside of the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control Houston. Currently on console is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by Flight Director Paul Cagno, who is in the upper right-hand side of that screen. On board the Orion spacecraft, the crew is currently awake. They are wrapping up some final activities for the day. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is currently working through a Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Developmental Flight Test Objective. Victor is also working on a test objective related to the D5 camera imaging and taking some images at varying focal lengths of subjects such as the Earth and the Moon to evaluate the window optical effects on imagery. And then NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman is working to transfer some data from the flywheel, which is the exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. And then coming up here in a little bit, CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, will support a public affairs downlink event for the Canadian Space Agency. We are currently 2 days, 6 hours, and 1 minute into the mission, following a liftoff at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern, on April 1st. And the Orion spacecraft did recently pass a milestone where the crew and the spacecraft are now closer to the moon than they are to Earth. As of right now, they are about 138,000 miles away from the Earth and almost 134,000 miles away from the moon.
Houston integrity in instruction 10 of S-band string swap. I have a frame lock, but ping is still suspect. Perhaps that's because we are going to be receive only here. Let me know if I can continue. And Houston integrity disregard, I now. And Houston integrity disregard, I now have a good ping as well. I have you loud and clear on EMERCOM.
And integrity Houston, voice check, I'm coming up on regular OE1.
Also loud and clear on OE1. Actually, both radios sound very close to each other. No big difference between either.
All right, great news. And Christina, with that, we are go for you to begin step 10.
In work. And Jackie, I am in step 11 where you told me to give you a call, and I do have one question about EMERCOM.
We'll take your question.
Okay, not to hold you up, just for understanding, I noticed I had a timer going for about 45 minutes there since we started the ranging. I seem to recall a 45-minute limit for temperatures in TX-RX mode. I was just curious, one, if that's a good memory, and two, if we saw temperatures starting to get to their exceedances. And I can take that answer later.